Bridges on oceans, ancient towers touched by starlight, elven voices echo softly through the night, through the night.
Lantern lights across the far fields, halfling songs beside warm hearth fires. Every road still calls the traveler through the night, through the night.
Through the mountains forged in fire, dwarven hammers ring like thunder.
Every anvil shakes the old world. Deep below, deep below.
Far beyond the ash and embers,
Orcs still walk
through smoke and shadow.
through the flames. They keep their old oath. Deep below, deep
Come alive.
In the glow of candles burning, maps and faded ink before us.
Though the world
Is dark and endless, we still fight, we still fight.
Sunday evenings filled with laughter, friends beside the rolling table.
Every journey shared together feels alive, feels alive.
Through enchanted
Woods and rivers,
through the ancient halls
of kingdoms, every race and every traveler
walks as one.
walks as one.
Raise up your hearts,
Raise up your souls.
follow the stars.
Through Vaeryndel
bridges on oceans, ancient towers touched by starlight, elven voices echo softly through the night, through the night.
Lantern lights across the far fields, halfling songs beside warm high fires. Every road still calls the traveler through the night, through the night.
Through the mountains, forged in fire, dwarven hammers ring like thunder.
Every anvil shakes the old world deep below, deep below,
Far beyond.
Well, we are now entering our 11th episode of Adventures of Vaeryndel. Last time we were on our session, they had just re-entered the catacombs of Valmir, where the Red Sister was being escorted by Arave to recover the remains of a fallen sister. During which time the group more or less revealed itself, following suit. And during that reveal, it was revealed that Thistle was not Thistle, but she was a Silver Sister, which obviously created further tension among the members of the company. Remaining outside of the group was Geller, so Geller remained outside. I can't remember, did Vaeryndel stay outside too when they went into the catacombs initially?
The very beginning, yes.
Alright, so that's good to remember. So the group, except for Vaeryndel and Geller, kind of followed Arave back into the catacombs, where they did recover the other sisters' remains. And from there, they all departed. They had witnessed some exchanges, probably noticed the Red Sister probably wasn't fitting the exact image of what most of the party assumed sisters were like at this point, but there was still a lot of mistrust there for sure, because of, tales that they've heard and experiences that they've witnessed. And when they left the catacombs, and they were about to hand the artifact over to the Silver Sister, Geller revealed himself and pronounced that they would not be taking the artifact back. And they being the sisters. It is important to note, prior to that, Arave did reveal that they were part of Hearthvale, and the sister did clearly title them as the Hearthvale Six. So that certainly has some implications there as well that the group may or may not know quite yet. But here we are. Geller kind of introduces himself, says that they're not taking the artifact, and then, a PvP kind of event happened between the players and the NPCs as Geller was trying to wrestle control of the artifact to get it out of the hands of the sisters. There, Bremia and Vaeryndel were more or less struggling to pin Geller to the ground. Amongst that, Geller kind of put the Silver Sister to sleep, the one that was in place of Thistle for the evening. And one thing led to another, and eventually... and I guess before I further that, Raiden also kind of was taking the side of Geller as well. He kind of kicked the artifact out of the cave, But then the sister, having demonstrated that she had some sort of push and pull ability earlier in the encounter, pulled the artifact back into her hand, which just furthered the aggression from Geller, because Geller did not want that artifact in the hands of the sisters at all. During the tussle, Raiden and Arve were thrown back into the catacombs, and without the device, they were not going to get out. Thankfully for them, though, the Red Sisters showed some sort of compassion for their plight, and first gave the artifact to Raiden, and then Raiden had no choice but to give it back to Arve, unless he wanted to keep Arve stuck in the catacombs. Arve then returned the artifact back to the sisters, and pretty much to sum it up, Geller was pinned by Bremia and Vaeryndel. And well, now pretty much the group has left the cave, leaving the two sisters behind with their fallen sister. Kind of giving the group a head start, so that way they weren't in constant contest with Geller, who was against his will being forced to march with the group, because clearly his views were differing at that moment. And that's actually where we're going to pick up, is you guys making your way towards Brindlebrook. Whether you want to stop or not, I will let you guys determine that. If you want to have that powwow in that moment, obviously there's going to be a lot of emotions lingering there, especially between certain individuals. Obviously Thistle won't be in the scene quite yet, so it will just be Bremia, Arve, Vaeryndel, Raiden, and Geller. So I pass the spotlight on to our players.
Well, Arve is concerned about Thistle and what may have been happened to her. So she is going to try to trudge on towards Brindlebrook to try to find Thistle to see if she was okay.
Geller was just hanging back behind the group, marching with them, looking a little dejected.
Rellis is the front. He'll go off to the side every once in a while, grab a log, and flick it into the forest. They're usually about the same size, as smaller than Geller, so.
Is that like a hidden message?
Trying to prove to himself that he can throw me too, you know?
Yeah.
Raiden will kind of silently just be walking towards the back there, still kind of playing through everything that had just occurred in his head, and the words that were said to him by the general.
Bremia's kind of in the middle. She's got an eye on Geller. Doesn't want to talk to him. Just looks angry, but also making sure he's not falling behind. And then she'll move up towards Arve and ask, what happened to Thistle?
Arve hears Bremia, and she's going to slow her pace to start walking with Bremia. And she'll say, I don't know fully what's happened to Thistle. That's why I want to get back to Brindlebrook as quick as possible. But all I can assume is that she was put to sleep. I believe that's what the sister said. And I don't know if she did this willingly or not, so we need to get back to find out. Plus, you need to take care of your aunt.
I'm well aware of that, thank you. But how did the sister know where we were, to meet us, what we were doing, and how to look just like Thistle?
These are all good questions that we have to ask Thistle when we meet up with her.
I'm going to sigh real big and kind of slow so she's not with Arve anymore and glance back at Geller and up at Varellis.
Harvey gives a half shrug when Bremia does this, and she's obviously very upset and very hostile. So Arve just picks her pace back up and starts trudging towards the town.
Well, as you guys make your way back to Brindlebrook, well, I will actually, you guys will probably all do your first roll for the night. My little, I have to pull up my little GM screen, so I gotta pull that up here real quick. But in the meantime, while I do that, if you guys could just roll a instincts roll for me. Higher the better. So the person that rolls the highest, I'll probably give the most information about what's about to occur.
Do I get that hope from Bremia or no?
Okay. I will ask Bremia this. Bremia, do you consider everyone at the moment in your party because of what happened with the PvP?
Yes, she's very angry, but she still feels like she has to rely on these people. So
Okay.
Let's go.
I feel like that's important to ask.
Hell yeah.
All right, so we got a 16 with fear. Nice. I think that's the
Oh,
highest.
my roll's wrong. Hang on.
Why is it wrong? Oh, you put...
Cause yeah, I don't know.
So it's just an
What?
8. We'll just say it's an 8.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just remove the 6. Because you put advantage, but I think by mistake.
Yep. I thought I got rid of it.
All right. Well, with a 16, which is kind of convenient that you actually rolled that there, Geller, because you are at the back. So it actually kind of makes sense. As the group's moving forward, you do hear a twig snap behind you. And you get this impression, this sense that there is certainly someone behind you, and probably your initial thought is it's most likely the sisters. At least your initial thought.
I immediately stop and turn around, pointing my staff to the direction of the sound.
Standing there, you do see an individual, but it's not the sisters. You see an individual who's wearing a fox mask. It's carved from pale ash wood that's stained dark along the edges, so it's definitely well cared for. It gives appearance of like something kind of half rotted at the edges, but it's very like smooth. It looks like it's been tended to, but it's seen a lot. It's only got like the eye socket, so you can see like dark eyes peering from behind the mask, but the rest of it, like where the mouth would be on a fox, it's just smooth. You just see like the stout, and you see like carved ears at the front where the hairline meets the forehead.
Yeah, I got what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Like a, or what they're called, Japanese style mask.
Yeah, except it's not painted. It's just solid wood. There's no like details to it, but you can tell it's a fox shape. You also see this individual's wearing a green cloak. The brooch that keeps the cloak up is actually made out of wood. Has a carving of a tree with deep roots that go and form the circle around the tree. And then he's wearing like leathers underneath. And all you hear him say to you as you turn around, as he puts his hands up to show that he's not armed, he goes, "I approach you, unfettered by the chains of these lands and by the force of the common people. those without a voice to ebb and flow of these lands, those silenced by nobles and sisters and governments alike, one of many from the group known as the Council of Mire. I ask that you listen before acting upon me.
Geller sort of immediately lets his guard down a little bit, lowering his staff, and then looks back at the rest of the party.
Varels has turned around to stare at the newcomer.
Remy is just a few feet behind Yeller and just glaring at this person. And she has her staff out. She's had it out the entire time she's walking. She doesn't put it away, but she just stares at him.
Harvey will turn around, hearing the strange voice, not having realized at first that Geller had stopped. Just curious as to why everybody's looking at. And she puts one hand on her hip. It's like very impatient because she wanted to get back. It's like, what now?
What of you, Mr. Throne's guard?
He will turn to face the person, defensively put his hand on his sword in the sheath, but no further action outside of that yet.
Oh, and Arave's cat is on the alert next to her.
Okay. You are the Hearthvale 6, yes?
Depends who's asking.
Well, as I said, I am a member of the Council of Mire. We have a great deal to discuss with the 6 of you. I'm sure you're more than well aware of the blight that's coursing beneath the lands. It's already brushed against your heels back in Hearthvale, if you recall.
You know of it?
Of course. We know of everything that festers in the lands of Ardenfell. What festers here did not begin with kings nor councils. It's older than banners and older than the petty feuds of those who pretend to rule. These are the truths that cannot be spoken beneath open air. So I urge you, would you be interested in coming along with me to learn more?
Well, unfortunately, we need to find one of our own before we can agree to that.
I understand. You have business to attend to. Very well. I will wait here. And, well, I will bring you to the Quag. There you can meet the rest of the council. He looks at all of you behind the mask. You can just see his eyes kind of darting to all of you, kind of just sizing you up, probably just as well as you're sizing him up. And he just leaves it at that for the moment.
Harvey is going to tilt her head a little bit further than she intended because, the mushroom cap sometimes gets a little heavy. She's very curious because he mentioned the Quag.
We shall return when we are ready. But depending on what happens, all of us might not be there.
I understand. Sorry, I have to gather my thoughts here. So, well, given time, perhaps you will all be interested in hearing what we have to say. Hopefully, the Hearthvale 6 will not find themselves choosing different paths. Because I have a feeling that regardless of what paths you take, you will end up finding each other once more, or at least hoping you each had one another. For the things that are coming are things that you cannot deal with alone. And unfortunately, from my intel, your faces are quite well known amongst the people of Celestra.
With all due respect, you know nothing about any of us.
In fact, we know a great deal about the 6 of you. We have eyes in Hearthvale. We have eyes in Valmir. We have eyes in Brindlebrook. And we have eyes in Celestra. We are the unspoken. Only those of Celestra have heard of our whispers. The rest think of us as myths. I believe you've seen some try to portray the myth that we hold. They call themselves the Weasel or something along those lines. That is not us.
Right, well, as I said, we have business to attend to. We shall speak again.
Well, I understand. My name is Thornvale. Perhaps a name would give you a little bit more ease to trust a man behind a mask. But understand, we know a great deal about the things that you have witnessed. We have answers to provide, but perhaps the answers that we provide will only further expunge further questions that you may find that we are unable to answer. But perhaps together we can find a solution. I hope the Brindlebrook finds you well, and I hope the Hearthvale 6 does not find itself in different paths, because that would be unfortunate for the lands of Ardenfell.
Geller's just gonna give him a really strange look.
Brimia kind of rolls her eyes and goes to turn around and leave.
Rose shrugs and heads back towards the town. There's food to be had.
Geller follows last.
Arve ends up being behind Varellis, but she's heading back towards town, trying to put pieces together while her brain is still worrying about this little to make sure she's okay. But with this new information now, she's even more confused and concerned.
Yeah, and if any of you were to turn around, the fox individuals would be gone. You guys do make it to Brindlebrook pretty much unfettered. There's no other interruptions. Obviously, you probably came across the scene again where there's a burning vine, and or what's left of it is probably ashes now, and it's just decay, and you see the bodies are no longer there. Someone had taken care of them. Who? That's hard to tell, but you do make it to Brindlebrook otherwise. The town is quiet. Actually, a little bit more lively, but quiet. It seems more lively than the time that you first arrived. But it's weird that it's quiet, but it might just be because people are just, keeping their murmurs down to a whisper. And it's actually at that junction you actually see you see two sisters, one silver, one one blue and one red, escorting a halfling in your direction towards the exit of the town.
Do we recognize that halfling?
No, I mean, the only person that probably would be Arve, maybe Bremia, because Bremia is a local here. She knows of the halfling. She knew who was taken into custody, but Arve only saw the halfling, so it's not like she personally knows him. She just knows that of his face because of her previous interactions in that tavern a few sessions ago. But other than that, no. Bremia is probably the only one that probably has any connection, I guess, to this individual.
Keller's just gonna put the hood of the cloak he's got on over his head and have the colors and texture be very inconspicuous.
Harvey's going to slow down just a little bit and go to the other side of the road from where the sisters and the halfling are. Just almost being courteous, but she's really curious as to what's going on, and she's assuming that they're taking him away.
We also walk right by and sneer at him.
Primia ignores the sisters, but she does look over at the halfling. She recognizes him and then tries to catch his glance, but also isn't trying to make a big deal of it.
Yeah, why don't you roll a instincts roll for me there, Brimia? Perfect. When you look at him, you realize that he doesn't look back. You realize that he is actually in some sort of I can't even say it. He's kind of in like a state where his mind isn't his own. It's like he's blank. Thank you. I was having trouble saying that word. I was like, what the heck?
We'll get it there eventually.
Yeah. But he's moving on his own facilities, but it looks like he's under some sort of spell that's keeping him kind of docile, so he doesn't struggle or try to run. The red sister does look in your direction as she notices you take interest in him, but she doesn't say anything, and the two sisters just continue walking towards the exit of Brindlebrook.
We'll also walk to the center of the town where he got food before and take a seat. See if anybody comes out and gets him.
Oddly enough, Relis, this is probably your good fortune, but they seem to be putting out picnic tables, and they look like they're going to be holding some sort of celebration, perhaps because the sisters are finally leaving, and since these are all a very communal community, it looks like they're going to be hosting some sort of like community type like brunch / breakfast kind of for the celebration of having Brindlebrook kind of be Brindlebrook again.
Excellent. We'll saddle up to where they're setting up and not on a table, but just waiting.
One of the
Do we know where Thistle was?
Do you?
Left. Okay. Huh?
Do you remember where she was?
No.
I don't think they told us, did they?
Oh, we know where she slept last night.
Oh, we know where she slept, but I don't think she was in there. We probably would have seen her, huh?
Yeah, because this morning the fake Thistle was there.
So she's probably in the inn somewhere, if I had to guess. Geller's just going to keep walking to Burmia's aunt's house.
Yeah, Vermia's at this point like stomping up the hill towards the house.
All right, so Geller and Bremy are heading towards their auntie's home. Okay.
Yeah,
Harvey's gonna go look for Thistle at the inn.
And Varelis and Ryden. I know Varelis is going to be waiting for food. What about you, Ryden? What are you doing?
Ryden will go and sit beside Varelis as he gets some food into him and just kind of quietly say, "This business with the sisters and now my family is getting dangerous."
Indeed. That's why openly fighting them and having anyone get away would be a bad idea. I've taken care of authoritarians like this before. Knocked them out of my old country. This is not something you do in the open. This is not something you do, especially when people know where they're at. Your family is making this harder than it needs to be, and we got to figure out what we want to do with that as well. He just slumped back down.
Rhino kind of nods silently to himself. Just continues sitting there.
Yeah, you guys can smell like morning baked goods being kind of prepped. It's like the food's not there yet, but you can. It's like a cacophony of like smells coming to you from the various kitchens that surround this open space. And one of the older halflings just kind of looks in your direction and goes, "Oh, well, you're welcome to join us. But this big guy here, it seems like you're going to need a little bit more food than the average person."
You've fed me before, you know.
I fed you before? Oh.
Probably through the mushroom head girl.
Oh, you might be talking about the tavern keeper. We don't all look the same, do we?
They're all under like 4 feet tall, right?
Yeah, they're small. They're small people.
Yeah, they're small to me when I'm sitting down. So, yes, you all kind of look alike. Apologies.
Well, I don't know whether that's rude or very astute of you, but we'll make sure you get double servings. As a guest of, well, we did see you come in with Bremia, so there's that. I mean, it's hard to miss you, fellow. So we'll make sure you get double servings.
Appreciate it.
Of course. And then he looks at the Throne's Guard and Raiden and gives him a look, and his face turns serious for just a moment, but he puts on a show of a smile. He goes, "And we'll make sure you get your fair share too there, Throne's Guard." And he walks away kind of before you can respond to him. So we'll go to the tavern first, I guess, since it's in the middle. Arve, when you get into the tavern, you notice it's lively. It's more lively than the first time you visited. People are actually laughing, having a good time. They're cheering one another all over breakfast. Halflings tend to have multiple meals through the day, and this is no exception. Breakfast is a feast. And yeah, the tavern keeper is over there at the bar, just kind of keeping busy. He's wiping down the counters, serving people. He's also laughing and enjoying the conversations.
Arve's going to go up to the innkeeper, and she's going to ask him, by any chance, have you seen my little red-headed friend, Thistle? I kind of lost track of her today, and a little bit worried.
Right, I can't say I remember seeing her today. The rooms are all empty. I don't know what to tell you. Good luck finding your friend, though.
Okay. Arve'll start walking out of the tavern, but she's looking in every nook and cranny. And then she looks back and says, by any chance, has anybody got a bunch of pies for sale or making pies for this morning?
I mean, there's some quiches being made, I suppose, at the center of town. They're holding some sort of banquet. We tend to do that when the sisters leave. Not that we don't appreciate their money, of course, but when they're gone, things tend to be a little bit happier around here, if you know what I mean.
I can tell. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for the information. And Arve will now go, and she'll head towards the middle of town. It's like where there's pies, there's usually a thistle.
Get a giant mouse trap, and then you put the pie on the trap.
And just sit with a pie in my hand.
Thistle's only been a mouse, maybe once or twice in her lifetime. Who knows?
So many
True.
jokes. So many jokes.
I know. All right, so while you're moving to meet up basically with Ride and Varelis, we'll go to Bremia's aunt house where Geller and Bremia, you guys reach the house. The front door is slightly open.
This is how all horror movies begin.
Remy looks at Geller. How?
The front door is open. I only locked her bedroom door.
Oh, okay. So Remy will go in and head up to her aunt's bedroom.
I follow.
As you guys enter the house, you notice that there looks to be someone has certainly disturbed it. It was clean prior, but there are things slightly out of place. Like there's a candelabra that's kind of off kiltered on one of the the side tables that are up against the hallway. You even see like the rugs kind of like scrunched up, like someone maybe like had struggled a little bit. Even the door that you slept in, Bremia, is wide open, and when you're passing it to go to the stairs, you see like the room's been tossed. And when you guys go upstairs, thankfully that door is still shut, pretty well too, but there is a lot of, you see that there's like marks on the door, like someone was trying to like break into the door. But yeah, other than that, the door is still like completely shut.
I deactivate the lock spell on it.
The lock is dispersed.
Remy will walk into the room, expecting her aunt to be very angry, but hoping she'll be asleep.
Yes, actually. Oh, go ahead.
And not dead in whatever liquid you guys left with her.
Didn't leave any liquid. It was on the nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, your aunt is fast asleep on the bed, still slumbering away. But you're pretty sure, Geller, that it's not because of your spell. She might have exhausted herself when she woke up trying to get out, because you can see that there is some strain on her wrists where she might have tried to pull out of like the bindings that you guys did around the bed. Like she was trying to like push up, and you can see that there's some burn marks on her wrist from that struggle. But she is asleep, most likely exhausted from the struggle.
At least she's fine.
Remy just sighs and just motions Geller to be quiet and goes and starts to remove all the bindings. She's trying not to wake her aunt up.
All right, well, I think that sounds like a finesse roll for you. We'll say DC 10 to not wake your aunt up. She is probably exhausted from this whole ordeal now at this point. Perfect. You unbind her without waking her, but the moment she can move, you see her body like move. Like it almost curls up because she can finally like bend her knees and and move her arms.
So she's going to get any evidence that she was tied up and gather it and remove her from the bedroom.
It was all a dream.
And then she'll go downstairs and start to straighten up the house a bit.
Geller's gonna help her do that.
Amongst the belongings, you find letters from people to your aunt. You find, writings that she's had about, her ordeals over the years. Like, it's just paper that's scattered about. And then amongst it, you see the little carving of a weasel, kind of just sitting there in the middle of the hallway. It purposely put in an upright position. It's the only thing that actually looks orderly amongst like the debris that you guys are picking up. Yeah.
Well, that answers my question.
This isn't good.
Wonder how they got into the village without being seen.
Why would they go after my aunt? She loves the sisters. Oh, that's
No.
why.
It wasn't the sisters. It was the weasels.
No, I mean, why did the weasel go after my aunt? Is it because she's so pro sister?
Probably to get back at us, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's not good. Hermione's gonna pocket the little weasel statue and continue to look around and kind of listening to see if her aunt does wake up. She's not sure if she wants to have a confrontation though, so she's debating leaving.
Very fair. Your aunt isn't waking up for a while. She had a rough night.
All right, I don't think we should stay here anymore.
Definitely.
Guess I don't think they'd come back. They wouldn't come back, right?
I don't believe so, but no way to tell for sure.
Okay. Well, there's not much we can do unless we put a spell on the door that my aunt can open. That'd just scare her, though.
Is there any visual cue that a door has the lock spell on it?
When you cast it, probably has probably like a shimmer to it. Probably like a little like, you know how like light hits metals sometimes, and it has that glare to it. It's kind of like that, except probably not as prominent. Probably a lot more translucent appearance.
Okay.
Very subtle.
Yeah, she'd probably definitely not.
It looked very polished. Let's put it that way. It looked like it's polished, even if it's dusty.
Yes, that is not ideal. I guess the best we could do is notify the authorities about the weasels.
Yeah, we should tell the mayor. I should tell the mayor. Remy will stalk out the front door, waiting for Geller to exit before she closes it.
Geller sort of steps out, kind of apprehensively, kind of just like unsure where he should be standing or going anymore.
Mia closes the door and starts walking towards the shed, just to see if there's anything there that needs to be cleaned up, or if there's a thistle there.
Well, Thistle,
Thistle.
go ahead and describe how you're waking up in the house.
Yeah, Thistle is she's like I guess she's in the place where the animals would be. And so she is kind of in like a mix of hay, and she's yawning, a big yawn, her little red-haired locks just kind of all scrambled everywhere like they are. Got pieces of hay in her hair. She's waking up like she's had the longest but best sleep in a long time. Doing her stretches as she gets up, and she's touching her toes, and she's just like, 1 a thistle, 2 a thistle, 3 a thistle, 4 a thistle. And then she's doing her stretches, and then after that she kind of looks up and looks around, and she's like, all right, gotta go help Arve today. And she just kind of makes it like she's about to go. She's acting like it's the day that Arve's going with the sisters, so that's how she's moving.
Does she bump into Bremia?
Well, I'll leave that to Thistle, I guess, and Bremia. Do you guys want to that awkward bump in?
Sure.
Yeah, Remy is definitely looking for her.
Okay, perfect. You literally bump into each other.
At first, Brinia just stops and stares, and then she like grabs Sissel in a big hug, like squeezes her a little too hard, and then she steps back and takes her by the shoulder, and she looks really angry, and she's just glaring at her.
Thistle's like, hey, what? Thistle's just kind of caught off guard by all of it, and she's looking at Brimia, and she's like, well, that was an interesting way to say good morning. Must be some Applebrook tradition, I guess. And she just kind of looks a little flustered, and then looks back to Brimia, and then looks around, and she's like, well, we got places to go. Where's Arve?
Brimia is just staring at her. She's not really hearing what Thistle says. She just, when she stops talking and Brimia can talk, she's like, where were you? You weren't you. Why? Where were you?
And Thistle kind of points to herself and then points to the ground. She's like, where? I am myself, and I am right here, and I was sleeping right there. And she points back to the hay, and she's like, I had a very good sleep, and I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't appreciate your tone, little missy.
As she's saying, I've had a very good sleep. Brimia throws her arms in the air and just starts, like, she turns around and starts walking in a circle.
Geller just watches as she does this and just like, Thistle,
Yes? Shouldn't we get to Arve? I'm worried we're gonna miss her.
Arve's here. We got her already. You weren't there.
Got her? What are you talking about? I wasn't asleep that long, was
Look
I?
at the sky. Look at what time it is.
She kind of does a little gesture to her hand, and then she looks outside. She kind of just peeks out a little bit, and she's just like, gosh darn, I slept through it all. And that was not. Why didn't nobody wake me up?
Because you weren't you. You were there, but you weren't you.
Talking about? Is this some, I don't know, you all and your sparkly special, I don't know. What are you talking about? I was there, but I wasn't there. I was right here. I am Thistle Bramblefoot, and I was right here. And she gestures again to where she slept.
Well, another Thistle Bramblefoot showed up and walked with us all the way to the cave. And then she went into the cave, and I handed her the key. And then she turned into a sister. Silver sister. Not you. You weren't there. You were here sleeping the whole time.
Thistle just looks at her with a blank stare as she's trying to process all the information.
Brimmy just throws her arms in the air again and walks away.
do you know the Silver Sister? I believe her name was Serena.
Thistle just kind of looks at Brimia and then looks at Geller and then looks back to Brimia, and she just shakes her head and she says, well, I did not. Oh my. And she kind of turns around. She's like, I did not expect this to happen.
Tell us everything, Thistle.
Well, I do know a Silver Sister. I'm not good at names, but I know her. She's somebody I've met before near my home. Well, the other night, I think it was the other night now, I couldn't sleep. I was a little worried, and my tummy was turning a little bit. But I had a little bit difficulty trying to sleep, and so I went for a walk into town, and well, I found her. She was there, and well, she talked with me, and I talked with her, and I might have said a little bit more than I should, and okay, I did say everything I shouldn't have said, but I just wanted to make sure RV was okay, and I told her I was really worried. I was really worried about RV, and that I couldn't protect her like I needed to, like a friend should, and I didn't know what the other sister was gonna do, but this sister's been fair. I will say she's been fair to me, but I don't know. I told her a lot more than I should, I admit, but it was all to protect my friend Arve. Is Arve okay?
Arve's fine. She's fine. I don't know how long all of us are going to be fine, but at least we made it through the day.
We should meet up with the others to have this
Oh,
conversation.
Oh, well, at least Arve's okay. That was the whole hope. I asked her to make sure Arve was okay, and she said I had to trust her, and that's the last thing I remember. And then I was sleeping. I don't know. I guess she could have put me to sleep, right? Did I do that? Did they put people to sleep? And she looks to Brimmy and then Geller.
Yes.
Oh, well. I need a bottle of that. That was a real good sleep, I must say so myself.
well,
All you have to
sure.
do is ask.
Yep, Geller can help you with that. He likes to put people to sleep.
Well,
Hmm.
I'm not a fan of Mr. Know-It-All over there, so I'm not sure I'd want him to put me to sleep. But anyway, yes, I gotta find Arve, and well, it looks like I got more explaining to do.
Well, just so you know, things didn't go too well, but we left with our lives. It's just someday the sisters might be hunting us sometime soon, and they kept the key, and there's a fox guy that expects us to meet him in the woods soon.
What? A fox guy? Well, that's a fox guy. I'm trying to think if I know any fox guys. I know plenty of foxes, but fox guys, that seems a little out of the ordinary, if you ask me.
His name was Thornvale.
Thornvale. Oh, yeah, he must be one of them fancy ones. They picking these big and sparkly names nowadays. Well, I'm gonna just, and Thistle kind of just moves like she's gonna try to scooch past Bremia and Geller, because she's like, I'm just gonna go find Arve. Yeah, and we'll talk once we find him.
Indeed. So I guess that's where we go. We go looking for Arve.
Yeah, Hermia just harumphs and follows and just kind of glares at no one in general.
Well, it's pretty easy to find Arve because your eyes probably got dragged to Varellis first. And when you see Varellis, you see Raiden, and then you see Arve. And they're all sitting there amongst a bunch of halflings who are preparing what looks to be a morning feast. There's even like children running around with those little like string wand kind of things. They're dancing around, chasing each other and stuff. It's laughter. It's actually a very bright, happy scene that you're seeing right now in Brindlebrook. Yeah, it's very much alive, and the three of them they're just sitting there. Arve probably more so kind of anxious to see Thistle, while Raiden and Varellis probably are more focused on just getting something in their stomachs at the moment.
God,
Hey,
lets
Anthra.
everyone sit together before he does.
Kyanthra sees Thistle before Arave does and goes running over to her.
Shroomy! As soon as she sees a little hint of Arve, she's like yelling her name, and she's kind of moving as quickly as she can to her.
Arave turns. She's gonna run in that direction too, especially seeing Cyanthers picking it up and picking, not picking up, but perking up and running towards Thistle. So she runs over to her and tries to scoop her up in her arms.
Oh, Shroomy! Are they? Oh my goodness, I'm so happy you're all good. And she just gives her a big old hug.
Hugs really tight. Squeezes her, in fact. Well, Cyanthra starts licking at Thistle's toes.
I can barely breathe. Shroomy, but
Oh. And then lets her go a little bit. I'm so glad you're okay. I didn't know where you were.
I'm so sorry. I, I just overslept, it looks like. Oh, there was a whole fiasco, I think it is, or misunderstanding. I don't know. Ugh. I was sleeping, and I thought it was natural sleeping, but now I realize it wasn't natural sleeping, and that the sister who I knew, who I thought was helpful, well, she was helpful, but I didn't know she was gonna take me out of the equation. Oh, I think that's what it is. Yes, I'm so sorry, Shroomy, but I'm so happy you're okay. I just wanted you to be safe.
I just wanted you to be safe too. And gives her another hug. Like, the sister
Yeah.
helped as best she could. I think it went as well as it could have. And
Yeah.
this is when Arabe actually looks over towards Geller and scowls. But
There are
doesn't
people
say
listening to you
anymore on
guys.
that.
Just throwing that out there. You are in a very public space, so just heads up.
Well, Arabe's got her face buried in Thistle's shoulder.
Make this a town
half this
discussion.
time.
Yeah, well, because Thistle kind of made that loud proclamation of Arve, so you have some attention on you. Just want to throw that out there so you're not caught off guard.
Sure. I'd say Thistle isn't really paying attention to that stuff right now. She's just focused on, reuniting with her friend, and she just kind of looks over, watching Arve, and she's like, "Well, it sounds like everybody's safe, and that's what's important. And yeah, I haven't seen a sister around. It looks like there's a feast and there's food. Oh, well, this might be a good time to indulge a little before we have to leave."
Well, you're right. There's no sisters. They left, and I guess that's why the town's having such a huge feast. And if you look over there, you'll see what they call quiches, egg pies.
Eesh, pies. Well, I gotta have me a few of those before we go. Gotta have a pie for the road. Maybe a quiche for the road too. And I gotta collect some potatoes and ooh, yeah, there's a lot of things. Oh, if we're heading where I think we're heading back home, then I gotta get some stuff for my good old friend Tadpole. He is very particular, He don't eat just nothing.
We will be
Arve
heading
just
towards the swamp.
chuckles.
We have a mission in swamp.
Yeah, that's my home. That's my home, big fella. She puts a hand on her hip. I know that place like the back of my hand. And she just wipes off some dirt off her hand, and then she's like, "But first, we feast." And then she kind of just looks to the table that's been prepared.
Yeah, there's a few things. They finally brought out a lot of the food. They have pumpkin spiced oat cakes. They've got roasted root vegetables with garlic butter. They got honey sausage patties, deep dished quiche filled with squash, smoked cheese, and sage. They got caramelized apples with walnuts, thick farmhouse cream poured over warm biscuits, and then they got a blackberry cordial. Very fancy.
For some reason, Arve feels like she hasn't eaten in days. She actually takes a little bit of everything, puts it on her plate, and she looks around to the others and she says, I think we should wait till we're out of town to talk. Everybody fill up because we're going someplace where it's a little bit scarce.
And Bremia, as everyone's talking, you probably do notice the mayor, but he's heading towards what looks to be the mayor's home. And he's actually kind of like already entering at the moment you caught him.
Remy would break off from the people and run towards the mayor's home.
So before we move to Bremia, is there anything you guys want to specifically do while you're enjoying your breakfast?
Arve's going to sort of sit with her back to Geller, purposely, but she's going to enjoy it so she can enjoy her breakfast. She's just going to chatter with Thistle over nothing and everything. Unimportant.
Geller's just going to slowly eat his food. No rush.
Yeah, nothing particular for Raiden. Just eat the food and stay quiet.
I'll scan the horizon while I'm eating, looking for people that are in need of things, moving things and such, like I always do.
Yeah, this time you probably don't notice anyone really needing anything at the moment. They're celebrating. They're very happy. There's actually a lot of talk going on around you. Some people are talking about very mundane things, and then others are talking about, future plans with their families. And so it actually seems normal. Actually, everyone seems to not be focused on work, but more on just enjoying each other's company. It's a very warm environment right now. Less sterile like it was when you first approached here. Bremia, you do catch up to the mayor, but he had just closed the door, so he's just inside when you catch up to the door, I guess.
Remy will knock on the door really loud and yelling, Mayor Tamsin, Mayor.
You hear him go, yes, please, come in.
Remy opens the door and rushes in and closes it behind her. Just kind of out of breath.
He's about to sit down in his little chair behind his desk. He's got paperwork spread out. It's all organized, but he goes, "Oh, Bremia, it's very good to see you. I'm glad you're stopping by. Everything okay? You need water? I can get you some water."
Bremia's just kind of catching her breath. She just shakes her head. No, I'm okay. And she gets a really serious look on her face. She's like, I'm worried about my aunt.
Oh, you might need to tell me a bit more. Your aunt is a very loyal patriot.
Someone broke into her house. Things were all messed up. I cleaned it up, but things were all messed up. She's okay. She's asleep, but someone broke in.
You see that his face doesn't show any surprise. And he just motions to the chair in front of him. He's like, Bremia, please sit.
She gets a very cautious look on her face and sits down and stares at him.
When you sit down, he actually stands up for a moment. He just turns his back to you to look out the window towards, Brindlebrook, and he goes, Bremia, I'm quite aware that your aunt's house had some visitors the last evening. Thankfully, one of your comrades must have protected her with some sort of enchantment. The door, we noticed, was not breached, and the doors around here are not that sturdy. So the lock was broken, but for some reason they could not open her door.
Who broke in?
I'm pretty sure you're aware of who broke in.
Why did they break in?
He turns to you and he goes, there are people around these parts that do not appreciate sympathizers to the sisters. It's hard to believe, but from what we've heard from our scouting parties in the woods, there was an attack on a group led by someone who claims to be the Weasel. What a name, right? But we have a feeling that this was a premeditated attack on your estate due to actions you probably were involved in. And he kind of adjusts his glasses for a moment to look at you, seeming to not necessarily know you were involved, but he seems to be lining up some of the cards, especially with your entourage you have. It's like he's puzzling things together in his head. Like he's not 100% sure. You can see on his face like he's examining you like part of a puzzle he's been looking at for a while.
She just looks back and says, is this happening often? Why aren't you taking care of this and protecting everyone?
I do protect everyone, Bremia. We have deals with a few organizations around here. We don't mess with them and they don't mess with us. Apparently, I'm assuming from your lack of response to my previous inquiry that you weren't aware of this arrangement when you happened to engage their group. We had to send people out to clear a path where a lot of, corpses were found.
So, you're okay with this happening to my aunt?
Of course we're not. They certainly were seeking justice. They couldn't certainly find the people who actually did the crime, so they went after the next target to make a message. I don't agree with this, but whomever attacked those individuals, and he's looking at you, certainly didn't think of the consequences for doing such.
Well, whoever was attacked by those individuals probably had to defend themselves.
Certainly. But there are consequences to even that act, Bremia. And unfortunately...
Well, yes, I'm sure we're all just supposed to let ourselves get killed because there's some arrangements we just don't know about.
Relax, Bremia. Your aunt is safe, and we paid the price by properly burying the dead, and I'm certainly going to have to pay extra. I'm going to have to tax the citizens a bit more to make up for such acts. The people of Brindlebrook are suffering for the events of whoever was involved in that. Let's just put it that way, Bremia. And my duties are to the citizens of Brindlebrook first and foremost. We're not a military. We don't have an army. Our militia is quite small. We have maybe a handful of volunteers. We cannot survive on our own out here, so we have to do what we have to do to make sure our people are happy and are oblivious to the actual affairs that are going on around them.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be safe for much longer for everyone to be oblivious.
Oh, do you know something I don't?
Things don't seem like they're going really well lately, everywhere. Something's wrong, and it's not because of one little encounter in the woods. Something bigger is happening. I just hope you can really protect these people.
Me too. I love these people. I would die for these people. And I'll make sacrifices for these people, if need be. Brindlebrook is my family. I would do anything for them. Anything for them, Bremia.
Maybe work on your militia then.
You know our people. We're not fighters. People here don't see the world that you see beyond our borders. They haven't been to places like Valinir. They haven't been places like Khazad-dûm. They haven't been places far and wide like we have. All they see is, well, look outside. They don't see the threats that are beyond these walls. It's my job to make sure that they're safe as best as I can. As shady as it seems, too. The way I have to do it.
There's not a bubble here. We can't keep everyone safe and in the dark. Knowledge helps. Knowledge lets people prepare. You should think about it.
And knowledge can also cause panic and disorder. And even more injustices that we want to admit. We let them know what they need to know. We prepare them for what we can prepare them for. But the business of Valinir, the business of Celestra, the business from overseas, it really doesn't impact Brindlebrook until it does. And that's when I have to step in and do what I have to do. Good and bad.
I hope you're better prepared for the future. I don't know if it's going to be enough, this that you've got going.
Well, I agree. And I am already making motions to prepare. But if I were to give you any advice, I would perhaps inform your aunt as best as you can that maybe she should head to the Applebrook Estates. She may be safer there.
Maybe you should tell her. I think that's a good conversation for you to have with her.
We have not spoken in months since the last departure of her family. They went to actually your family's estates, to be honest. Something about business with the sisters that she wished to avoid. Well, let's just say family should handle family business. And if you care for your aunt, I am giving you the warning that your aunt may not be safe from the actions that happened. And we cannot keep her safe. We have no military. And the people that are after her are quite scary, Bremia.
Again, I think you should tell her. I think you should talk to her. I've seen her once in 10 years and already pissed her off. You live here in the same town. She'll listen to you more than she'll listen to me.
Are you scared of your auntie?
I'm not scared of my aunt. I want her to listen to the warning, and I don't think my words will have the impact they should.
I'll do what I can, but I can't promise. If something happens to her, just understand that I will do the best I can to get her out of here. And you'll have to live with whatever happens to her. I hope you can do that. And not blame me if I cannot convince her to fight for her own safety.
Well, I guess we'll both have to live with it. Good day, Mir. We're going to leave.
Oh, and Bremia. He's yelling
She
that.
pauses. She doesn't look back, but she pauses.
Be careful out there. And he, you hear him put something on the desk because you're not facing him. You hear a soft, firm, hand being put down onto the desk. You might want to bring this with you as a reminder of how notorious your group is becoming.
And she'll glance back at the desk to see what he has.
You see a piece of parchment with rough sketchings, and they're rough. Like, for example, the image of Vaeryndel does not look like Vaeryndel. The image of you and Thistle kind of looks more like you and Thistle, but it almost looks like a stereotypical drawing of a halfling rather than like the finer details that you two have. Geller's picture is very clear as day, and there might be a reason for that. And you can probably put two to two together that he actually has a richer history with the doings and happenings with what happened with Celestra. It's one of their sisters a long time ago, and they might have a clearer record of him. Ryden's image is excluded. Arave's is unfortunately very clear too, because there's not a lot of people with her features. And you realize when you look at the penmanship, this was drafted by someone who is skilled with calligraphy. It's not some backwatered law department that's doing this. This is someone that has the training of a noble or training of a noble house that is creating this document that they're passing out to various places within this continent. And you do see under each image they have some of your names right and they have some of your names incorrectly placed. Like Vaerynd's name isn't Vaeryndel. It's actually, they just call him the Giant, as if they gave him like a code name. For Arave, unfortunately, Arave's name's been thrown out quite a bit. And she has been around this area for often. And the fact that she is a mushroom person, her name is clearly written. Thistle's isn't Thistle. They actually wrote Thorn instead of Thistle. So they misplaced. Yeah, they totally messed up her name. Bremia, your name isn't written on there the same way you think it is. It's like someone was purposely misguiding them, maybe because of the influence of your family back at the Applebrook Estates. But you notice that instead of Applebrook, they call you Cider Lane. And your first name, Bremia, they're putting Mia instead of Bremia. So it's like someone intentionally misled them. And then Geller's name, they only have Geller, the Red Dwarf. That's all they put on him. They put even a code name for him. And then Ryden's name, again, is excluded from this document.
Very good.
Rumia doesn't move to take the parchment. She just looks up at the mayor and says, "You shouldn't believe everything you hear out there," and then leaves.
Okay. You are back out in the festivities. What were the rest of you guys doing while Bremia was dealing with the mayor? If anything, you don't have to necessarily have done anything but eat.
All Thistle did was eat. Nom 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 the entire time.
So yeah, that's probably what we were doing that whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Hervé was too, plus feeding the cat some of the scraps.
Vaeryndel had finished eating and taken off his armor and started flexing and putting on a show.
Yeah, some of the little kids were bringing up like weird things for you to crush. They're like, "Can you crush this? Can you crush this?" And they'd always be amazed that you'd be able to crush it.
There's a
The
living
ultimate
hydraulic
showman.
press.
Yeah,
I am the hydraulic press.
they were very entertained with your display. Awesome. Well, Bremia, you get caught up back with the group. They're pretty much, I would say, maybe out of all of them, maybe Vaeryndel might have a second course if he decides, but most of them are probably finishing up their meals by now.
On the way back, Rumia grabbed some portable food. She grabbed a very messy caramelized apple, but also some of the sausages and a piece of cake, and is just trying to eat as she moves towards the table.
Easy to do.
When
Welcome
she
back. Whoops.
Oh, go ahead.
Hervé's going to look up, say, "Welcome back, Bremia. Is everything okay? Did you take care of what you needed to?"
Rumia's mouth full of food, is kind of trying to talk around her food. So almost finished eating. We need to go.
Well, I'm all done. She takes her cordial and she finishes drinking that down. Gives the last bit of quiche to her cat and wipes her face off, and she says, "Well, I'm ready. I can't get out of here fast enough." She looks at the others, except Geller.
Did you tell the mayor about the weasels?
She kind of stares at Geller intently and said, "He knew."
Pardon?
Later. I have a few more things I have to do. I'll meet you outside town.
I'm going to gather all the kids close to me and ask them if they know any swamp monsters, and if they do, who tell the story. We want to figure out if there's some bounties out there.
I'll say out of like the 6 kids surrounding you, one of them goes, "Oh yeah, there's a big monster. It's called a Smoshloshler." Say that 10 times fast. Those Smoshlockers are crazy. They're like big frog-like things that like splosh in the waters. You can hear them sometimes at night. They do this little chirping sound. This those splash cloppers, woo, they're crazy.
And who told you that story?
They point to the other kids. They're like, we all talk about the splash cloppers.
No adult told you about it?
They just said they're part of the marshes behind the woods. Never to go out in the woods at night. The splash cloppers will get you. They're literally just making the sound effect of what they're hearing and naming them that, as you can tell.
Okay.
I'll stand up and scare them all off.
Oh god.
They're not scared, but what they do is they laugh and they run away like they're scared.
Indeed. We go back over to the table, grab my gear. Well, there's nothing else to do in here. We'll head out towards the rally point they set.
Off we go then.
Very well.
Bremia, where shall we meet you?
Just outside town, where we met this morning. Someone can show you.
Okay, just be careful. You sure you want to do this alone?
Bremia nods as she takes another bite and walks away.
All right, where are you going, Bremia?
First, she's going to look around for old Hab, one of the other people she knows here that she used to trade with, to see if he's around the town, the town center anywhere.
Okay. You see, you don't see him, but you do see who you see. You see, Perrin Claybuck. He's already trying to open up his little shop with his various, pottery that he's got on display. Some are really beautiful, and others they're all right. They're probably used for more mundane things, but yeah, he's already setting up. You hear him kind of like just whistling a tune.
Bremia will approach him and wave and say hi.
Oh, hi, Bremia. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay, Mr. Claybook. I just had a favor to ask of you.
Anything for an Applebrook?
Well, you see, I'm trying to convince my auntie to go visit the Applebrook estates, see my family. I don't think she's been over there in a bit, and I'm hoping to get some other people to help me because she doesn't like to leave, I don't think, and I understand that, but it would mean so much. Wonder if you would mind, if you see her, just to ask about the family and maybe point her in that direction.
Well, I have been thinking about visiting your family's estate. I need quite a few bundles of those apples. We got a big festival coming up, and kind of want to surprise the town with some baked goods, using my pottery as a, advertisement. And maybe I could convince your aunt to just come with me to keep me company.
That's a great idea. I mean, if she has company, then she's so much more likely to go. And then the apples look so pretty in your pots. You know that. That's a that will be so neat. I hope I get to see it.
Oh yeah, I've got some red glazed pots that would make those apples pop.
Really would. That's that's so neat. Well, I wish I could go with y'all. I'm just heading out, with some friends, but tell everyone I said hi if I don't get over there before you.
Oh, I will. Your old man and me, we're good friends. I'll tell him you said hello.
Ah, thanks so much, Mr. Claybuck. It's real good to see you.
You too, and you'll have to tell me the story about your friends one day. They're a motley crew.
Oh, that they are. It really is a story. One day we've got a lot of time.
I look forward to that day, and I'll tell you how those apples were.
Ah, thanks so much. Okay, well, you take care, okay?
You too, and wait right there, Bremia. He goes behind the counter and he has a few handfuls of gold. He's like, please take this. My niece would hate me if I didn't give you something for your travels.
Oh, you don't have to do that. That's so nice of you.
Oh, I do. I do. Apparently, you did a good one when you were younger for my niece. Protect her from some bullies, I guess. You've always been a Spitfire. Now, I don't want to admit this, but when you were yelling the other day at I think your aunt. Oh, the whole town could hear it. You were fire. So yes, please take these coins. I think we owe you for all you do for the little ones.
Oh, that's nice of you. I of course I'd do that. I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to your niece ever. And yeah, I guess me and my aunt, we'd all always agree on some things, but she's still family and I love her.
Yeah, oh, trust me, she could be a Spitfire too. Could be a Spitfire as well. We've heard
Yeah,
her some yelling too.
that must mean I come by it honest.
Well, she's stuck in her ways. I have a feeling you are too.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. All right, well, thanks again, and I hope I see you over there sometime.
I hope to see you too, little Bramia.
Mm. All right, bye now.
Bye bye. Enjoy your travels with your friends.
And then she just nods and waves.
Okay.
And then she's gonna head up to her aunt's house one more time.
Okay. You're at your aunt's house.
All right, so open the door quietly. She's not sure if her aunt's still asleep. Um, and she doesn't hear anything. She's gonna go look for a piece of paper to leave a note.
Yeah, there's the little pad not too far from the door. It's on a little desk. Not really a desk, but it's more like a table. It's not a very big table that's up against the hall. It looks like she has the last sheet on the top. It looks like she was writing out a to-do list, and you see on the very bottom it looks like to talk to Mayor, and then she put BA next to it with a little heart. So it looks like you might have been the subject matter.
Ramia just kind of sighs, and she wants to leave her aunt a note to let her know that she had to leave, and she appreciates her for feeding her and letting her stay, and that she's hoping she'll go visit family at the Applebrook Estate, because they've been missing her, and it'd be good for her to get over there, and maybe Brimmy will be over there soon too.
Yeah, easy enough to do. It's a small pad, so you probably ended up using a few pages, but
And then she'll just make sure it's in a place her aunt would see really easily, and then she'll sit back outside.
all right. I'm assuming you're probably heading towards the exit of the town.
Yes, so she'll head out to go find her friends.
easy enough to do. They're actually right there, not too far from the gate, probably closer to like, yeah, hills, kind of southwest of the town. Kind of all kind of just gathered there.
Okay. We all approach and kind of look around to everyone.
Everyone here.
Indeed. What was our big bad that we were going after in the swamp?
Well, before we leave, you should know that the mayor showed me a wanted poster for us. Well, most of us. For some reason, our drones guard isn't on the list, so take that as you will. But she looks at Geller and RV. Some of us are really recognizable, but the rest of us are also sort of there. So we may want to avoid towns for a bit, maybe.
Well, we're heading into the quay. That should keep us out of the light for a while.
I'm not on any of the posters.
No, you're very much absent, and I was kind of wondering if that had anything to do with the sister saying that you'd take care of us or something.
Kind of ponders silently to himself before just simply saying, I have no idea. But maybe we can use it to our advantage if we do run into trouble.
She just kind of stares at him. So, nothing happened you want to tell us about?
Nothing that I haven't already said.
Thistle's gonna kind of look to Bremia and then kind of look to the others and just gonna be like, why, why is there wanted posters with us? Is that from is that from the archivist in Valmir?
That is likely something that contributed to it.
That's something. I hope they got a good picture of me at least.
Primia laughed. They called you Thorn.
Thorn? I ain't no
Yeah.
thorn. I'm a thistle. I'm a thistle bramblefoot. That's insulting. They can't even get my name right. Oh, God.
I'll make sure you correct them if we're apprehended.
Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna write a strongly worded. What am I saying? I'm just excited we're going to my home. She's gonna look kind of off toward the wooded area, kind of like with a big smile on her face. I'm looking forward to it. But
Thistle.
yes.
I think first you ought to explain to us who this Serena is, and why you know her so intimately.
Right. Well, I kind of already told you a little bit, but this the silver sister lady, I've known her for a bit. I don't talk to her, nothing fancy, but she's not too far from my home. I encountered her some years back, and well, we had a little bit of a back and forth. You know, I don't like the philosophy of them sisters and their wanting to control everything, and I let her have it. I let her have it, and she was very fair, but you know, we kind of agreed to disagree. But she didn't really cause any issues to my home and the quag and any of that. And well, the other night, like I said, I was having trouble sleeping and went on a walk, and well, she was there. She was in the town, and well, I just told her a little bit more than I should, and about my concerns about my friend Arve, and she looks to Arve like her eyes big and really, full of like concern at that moment. I was really worried about you, friend, and I wanted to make sure you were all right and everything would be okay, and because I know how quickly some of these sisters can turn on a dime, and that red sister, I just couldn't trust her. Couldn't trust she's gonna keep you safe, and well, I had to.
You shouldn't trust any sister. You should know by now that even if she were fair, her agenda likely was in another place.
Well, you might be right, but are they safe? And from what y'all tell me, y'all got out free of any harm. I mean, that's the only thing I could hope for. I wasn't sure I'd be able to protect Arve if needed be. So maybe it was for the best. I don't know, honestly. But seems like everybody's safe and nobody was hurt, right? Right?
Not yet.
It's complicated.
Well, life is complicated.
Arve may
That
be
is-
fine, but they now possess the artifact, which we have no idea what they could do with. That includes causing the suffering or deaths of others in the future.
Well, I don't know nothing about this artifact thingy, and I'm sorry if it means something special to you, but the only thing that moved something special to me was right here, Arve, and making sure she was safe, all that really matters to me, and I ain't afraid to say it like that. As long as she's safe, nothing else matters to me.
Values be damned, yes.
Yeah,
Our-
you show some values there, buddy. I'm not about to let my friend be put at risk for some silly little shiny artifact thingy.
It didn't have to go this way. If we've just followed the plan, we would have come out on top of it.
Plan?
Arve just can't take it anymore. She's just going to blurt out, "Don't you dare talk to her like that. Since when are your standards any better than anybody else's?"
At least I have standards.
That you
have a
inflict on
plan?
everybody else. You can't just keep them to yourself.
Raiden kind of looks at Varellis here and goes, maybe we should break this up.
I think the girls will take him. I kind of want to see how it goes.
This'll just kind of speaks up for herself. She's like, you talk about some plan. We didn't have no plan. That's why I
We
was
had
stressed
a
out.
plan.
We
Stop
had
it.
no plan.
Everyone stop it. Stop it. Okay, we are just outside of town and not that far away. And we've got someone else waiting for us in the woods. We can't have a meltdown right in the middle of here. So we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot. You were not there. You do not know what happened yet. Arve, we got you out safe, and I'm really glad we did, but we don't know what we gave up in return. And Geller, there's a lot of words we got to have, but let's move. We can't stay here.
See, they took care of it.
Thing.
Yep. All right, let's head that way.
Just so you lead the way towards home.
This'll kind of grumbles a little bit, but then looks to Arve and she says, we'll do, Stroomy. Be right this way through here. It's gonna be a little bit of a walk, but if you're not afraid of a little mud, you'll be okay. And she just kind of scoffs and she keeps walking in that direction.
It's not the mud I'm worried about. The smell. I am taller than y'all, so don't have to worry about that.
So I'm assuming you guys are marching southward now
We are.
towards. Okay.
Begrudgingly.
After Bremia just hit everybody with "I'm gonna turn this caravan around" talk. Don't make me reach back there.
Mama Bremia. That
I'll
will.
have Thistle take lead here because it's her hometown.
And actually, what we'll do here at this point is we'll take our 15-minute break. And then we'll get back into the weeds of more dialogue, I'm sure. And who knows what else lies ahead. So I think that's a good stopping point now that we had that momentary tenseness. So awesome.
Make sure everybody reads up on the PvP rules.
A beacon burned beneath the sand, a truth no mind could understand. It tore through thought, it split the sky, and left us changed, but never why. A voice of ash, a world undone, where first contact had just begun. In shattered fields the warning came, we touched the past and lit the flame. A pattern etched in every age.
We turn the key, we set the stage.
On Sunday nights,
We gather close.
Mass Effect timelines we hold most. At the edge of tomorrow we stand, tracing fate we don't understand.
Through every star, through every sign, we walk the threads they left behind. And in the dark,
One truth I know,
the end began so long ago.
the council speaks but does not see the weight of cold infinity. A fragile piece, a careful eye, while something ancient waits nearby.
A wandering fleet that roams the night.
A broken world that's learned to fight.
A voice of calm that hides its fear.
A line of steel that draws it clear.
And in the cold, a question wakes. What lives are real, what choice we make. We shape the minds that learn to see. Now they reflect what we might be. On Sunday nights, we gather near.
Mass Effect timelines drawn in fear.
At the edge of tomorrow, I wait.
Watching time repeat its fate.
Through every war, through every lie, we chase the stars, ignored the sky, and in the silence something grows. A truth I fear, but always chose.
You stand upon the edge of truth and call it strength and call it proof. You name yourselves the ones who choose, yet walk the path you'll never lose.
We have seen the rise of all your kind, the spark, the war, the grand design. Each fleeting age, each fragile breath, all marching gently into death.
You reach for stars you can't outrun. You light the dark, yet feed the sun. You build, you break, you try, you fall.
We have witnessed it, we have seen it all.
Before your first and final cry,
Before your oceans learn the sky,
we carved the silence into form
and taught the void how to be born.
You are not early,
You are late, you are not free, you iterate. Each choice you claim has come before a closing cycle, nothing more.
you call this hope.
We call it delay.
You call this war, we call it decay.
You fight to prove that you exist.
We end the lie.
With what persists. There is no victory, only the turning. On Sunday nights, we gather still. Mass effect timelines bend to will. At the edge of tomorrow we fall.
As the silence answers all.
Through hidden paths no light has known. Through truths no living mind has shown. And in the dark I finally know.
We were the echo.
Not the glow.
They tried to warn,
They tried to save
but time forgets.
what once was brave.
The signal sleeps beneath a stone.
And waits for us to do the same.
A beacon burned beneath the sand, a truth no mind could understand. It tore through thought, it split the sky, and left us changed, but never why. A voice of ash, a world undone, where first contact had just begun. In shattered fields the warning came, we touched the past and lit the flame. A pattern etched in every age.
We turn the key, we set the stage.
On Sunday nights,
We gather close.
Mass effect timelines we hold most. At the edge of tomorrow we stand, tracing fate we don't understand.
Through every star, through every sign, we walk the threads they left behind. And in the dark,
One truth I know,
the end began so long ago.
Okie dokie, we are back, and our group is now heading south, back towards where they met the individual who wore the fox mask. I will say that you guys are far enough away from Brindlebrook that if you wish to continue your narrative, you can. I'll give a little bit of a pause here before you meet up with the individual. That way it gives you guys a little bit of breathing room to explore topics that I'm sure is on most of your characters' minds.
Nothing's on my mind.
Except what's the next log you can lift?
Head empty. No thoughts. Geller's got plenty on his mind, but he's waiting for everyone to sort of want to have that conversation instead of clearly avoiding it.
Arvy and her cat are just trudging along. She doesn't like being angry, and she's just so angry right now.
Thistle is not angry. Thistle is focused and excited to be heading home. So as soon as they are kind of on the road and focusing on, oh, I'm heading back to where I'm from, she kind of gets a little pep in her step as she moves and looks around. She's very much looking on the bright side of returning home right now.
What time of day is it?
I think it's like a little bit afternoon.
Yeah, it's about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh my gosh, so much has happened in one day.
Well, you left early. You left really early.
That one road must be sick of us.
If roads could
Going
speak.
back and forth.
All right, well, if no one's saying anything, you guys do go again through that scene, and you'll notice that, yes, the bodies are gone again for Thistle. This is the first time seeing it, so she'll notice that the street's been cleaned up. Of course, the marks of the battle are still there. You know, the vines still got charred and on it, and, you know, there's still some scorch marks on the ground from, you know, loose magic.
What a waste of a beanstalk.
And then you guys eventually get to where you saw the individual with the mask. You don't see him right away until he steps out of. So you see, what you see here is you actually see like branches and stuff moving, and then a veil of like it's like almost a transparent veil just like washes off of him, and you can only see it by like how it shimmers in the light, and then you see his form, and you see that carved fox mask looking at all of you. He doesn't say anything right away. He waits for you guys to approach closer.
Kyanthra smells him before any of us see him, and the hair on the back of her neck kind of bristles, and she starts a low crouch with a cat growl.
That's Thornvale.
Thistle sees them and for the first time. She kind of squints her eyes at the mask, and she's like, well, that ain't no real fox.
Oh, say that again? Sorry.
That ain't no real fox.
Yeah, the individual doesn't respond to that. He just goes, well, I'm glad to see that you all haven't departed separate ways. Though I suspect from the brows on your foreheads that much hasn't been said. This should be an interesting trip through the mire of the Quag. Do you have any questions for me before we proceed?
Aren't you a busybody? Why don't you tell us more about why you're here and what we're doing, and stop worrying so much about our dynamic?
Of course, that's a fair question. I am the one who bears the fox amongst the Council of the Mire. The Council of the Mire are watchers of the boughs of Ardenfell. We are hidden among the root and shadows, witnessing the slow turning of these lands. Few know we exist. As I said, the sisters have knowledge of us. At times our purposes clash, crossing like blades in the dark. At others our paths run side by side beneath the same moon. This is not such a time. And yet, there are sisters who stand beside us still, for they have seen what they have seen. The sickness is creeping through the soil. That does not end with the land alone. It has begun to worm its way in the hearts and minds of those who clutch at power. Crowns tarnish, oaths decay. Men and women who once served the realm now feed upon it. I can't say more here, but that should at least give you a glimpse of who and what we represent.
Thistle just looks at him with a cocked eyebrow and shakes her head and said, "You said whole lot of nothing, sir. Whole lot of nothing, and to be honest, you're in my way." And she just kind of moves, like she wants to move past, and she's like, "I'm heading home."
Oh, Thistle Bramblebrook, we know of you very well. Your home is amongst our quarry. He's not saying this as to turn it to you. He's like, your home is no longer your home. It has been infested by the same plague that had plagued Hearthvale. If you're interested to know more, you will follow me.
I don't believe this. She just kind of shakes her head. I don't believe this one bit. It's a whole lot of shaboozy.
Then go see for yourself. Though it would be a waste of time, considering I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah. A lot of truth around here. He's speaking in riddles and rhymes. And you know what? Maybe you are one of them friends of the sister. I don't know, because that's what they like to do too. Speak in riddles and rhymes. We just want to hear it flat and truth. And, I'm a simple person. If you know anything about me, Thistle Bramblefoot, I don't play, and I just want to know how it is. And we don't need no rhymes or reason to get in the way.
Well, I can't offer you more than I've offered you. Our organization works in a network, so that way if I happen to be apprehended, I don't know the entire workings of our organization. We are the only veil that stands between, well, what you have been witnessing thus far. You have seen corruption rooted itself within the most noble of homes, and you've even seen sisters who, let's be honest, aren't acting quite like sisters. The sisters I work with have tenants. They keep order. The sisters that you've been experiencing in the last maybe 20 years, he looks to you, Geller. Well, those sisters don't bear the same creed as the sisters that most come to respect and honor. However, sure, you do what you wish.
But they are complacent.
Indeed they are. Complacency isn't obviously something that we acknowledge, but complications within certain people's households always are a messy thing to deal with, especially when it involves one's family. Not saying that the sisters are family per se, but they are the closest that they have, and I'm sure the mess in their halls is quite troublesome. That's why you have certain sisters that do step out of line, because they are starting to see that things aren't lining up as they seem. And this isn't just a Ardenfall problem. He looks to you, Arve. This is also a problem that's happening overseas as well. That's as much as I know. That's as much as I can tell you until you meet the rest of the council. I hope this is enough to at least pique your interest to follow me. As I said, we know of each of you. We've had eyes on you in Hearthvale. We've had eyes on you in Valmir. We've even had eyes amongst you in Brindlebrook. We act and serve the common people. We even work amongst the common folk. That is how we pass along on the information that we learn. Though the mayor does give his thanks for your troubles in Hearthvale, he has stepped down. I think you should know that. Someone else of proper degree of strength and courage has now taken his place, so Hearthvale shall be in better hands.
Is the old mayor still alive?
Very much so. Though he has now retired into a small little hovel at the edge of the island, he lives by himself. It's probably the best for both parties.
Indeed.
I don't mean to be a messenger of vagueness or a messenger of riddles or rhymes. It's just, as I said, those who work in our network know what we need to know to keep the heart of our network safe. If you can appreciate that and understand that, then at least listen to what we have to say, and then you can judge for yourselves whether we are the good guys or the bad guys.
Okay, so you want us to go talk to your council, and you also told us that Thistle's home is in a lot of trouble. You can understand how that's concerning to us that we're not going straight to her home, right?
You can't go there. As much as it pains me to say this to someone whose home is under siege by a plague that is rotting the land literally, this isn't the same issue that you dealt with in Hearthvale, where you can just uproot it and it disappears. This is deeper, this is darker. No one looks towards the quag, so it's gone unnoticed. But we have tried our best to stay it with literal fire, and it's to no prevail. We've not been able to keep it at bay. It grows, and it's slowly passing our capabilities. You can go see it. You can witness it for yourself. But there's nothing you can do.
There is an organism at the center of it all. It must be destroyed in order for the plague to be dispersed.
Yes, Valen told us that much. She is, let's say, one of our agents. She is now within Celestra, providing us information to help us in our endeavors against this plague that is rotting us in multiple facets.
Valen is a double agent.
Of course. Isn't that how most networks work? I mean, the dwarfs are no different. You have agents across most of this continent that work as common folk and tend to provide information to their central government.
Indeed, just quite an interesting individual.
She is. Double agents tend to not have many friends because they tend to, well, frankly, piss off both sides. I am a friend as long as you see me as a friend. As I said, there's no harm in you listening to what we have to say, and then you can judge for yourselves whether or not to heed our counsel. We will take no harm, no foul or action against you if you choose not to.
I don't call anyone friend, to be honest. Events of late have made that abundantly clear that was the right option.
No, it's probably wise not to just trust someone full-heartedly. I would actually call you all fools if you trusted me right now, because you don't know me.
Let's just get on with it. Take us to your council, and hopefully you're not lying and aren't going to throw us in some swamp.
Thistle is gone.
He actually would have reacted to you leaving, though, Thistle.
That's fine. I rolled a natural 20.
No, you didn't.
What do you mean
I rolled
natural 20?
Yeah, I rolled a 17.
Yeah.
Over here rolling D20s?
Your math. I rolled crit.
He goes,
It is 20.
to you, Thistle, before you do leave, he goes, well, if you are leaving, just beware. I warned you about the sights you are going to see. You're going to be hard-pressed to find us once you see the horrors of what your home used to be like.
Arve runs over to Thistle. She kind of bends down and whispers or speaks softly to Thistle. Said, Thistle, maybe we should wait just a little bit. I know you're anxious to get home. Check on Tadpole and everybody. But if this is anything like what we ran against in Hearthvale, I don't think you should go alone.
I'm worried, Shroomy. I'm very worried.
I know. But if what he's saying is true, things will be there as they are, or won't be, if we go a little bit later.
Thistle just kind of looks to Arve, and then she seems very uncertain. Like she stays by Arve, but she just seems very like she wants to go. She'll stay with Arve, but she's very, you can see on her face, she does not want to waste any time. She wants to go home.
Reaches down and gives her hand a squeeze, holds on to it. And she looks at the others and is like, is there no way that we could just take a quick look together? She looks at Thistle and she lets out a sigh and she says, I'm with you, Thistle, but I really think we should stay with the group for now, even if we don't like everybody right now.
I like you, Shroomy. That's about it. And she just kind of holds Shroomy close. She's like, I'll stay with you, but I don't feel good.
Let's go to Bogling to see what they have to say.
He doesn't say much more. He will start entering towards the quag, but he does not look behind himself to just let you all decide whether to follow him or not.
I follow.
I as well.
Yep, riding as well.
Arve will slowly follow, still not letting go of Thistle's hand.
Thistle's gonna follow with Arve, but she's very uneasy right now.
Vermius follows behind Arve and Thistle.
Entering the quag for the first time, except for maybe Thistle, you guys notice that, well, your steps are heavy. It's like the ground wants to keep you cemented to the ground. But if you do follow his path, you realize that he's found more solid footing. So if you do follow his steps, you're not quite getting stuck to like the ground itself. As you're passing some of these trees, they look like weeping willows. Amongst some of the boughs of the weeping willows, you see almost like wind chimes, but they have etched wood carvings in them that have some sort of like symbolic gesture placed on each of the individual like charms. And the individual leading you isn't saying much. He's very quiet, very soft-footed. There are times where parts of his form seem to like disappear, but perhaps it's something that he's wearing that's causing his form to like fade in and out at certain parts of his body. Like his right shoulder will disappear briefly, or like part of his back of his head would fade. Whatever he's wearing seems to be like almost like a guise of itself, and he's just keeping forward. You guys hear, the soft sounds of frogs and crickets, things that you would normally hear within a bog. Sometimes you'd hear the sound of water like bubbling to the surface, perhaps methane build up a little bit, who knows, but it pops from the surface occasionally. It's a very mystical, very old place. The growth here feels old. And then you guys start heading over like bridges, like wooden walkways, and there's like little lanterns that are hanging from some of the willow trees that provide a soft ambient light. You'll feel like you still have quite a distance to walk, but that's kind of setting the scene of what you guys are going through right now in this like dark place. Even though it's only like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's dark here because of how much overgrowth there is.
Geller's gonna sort of start walking beside Raiden. Why did you help me?
You seemed so... Your actions were done with such conviction, and that only shows itself when somebody truly believes they're fighting on the side of right. And I respect and honor that. I know it put a rift in the group, but your conviction swayed me.
Well, I appreciate it. I really do.
He nods kind of silently in acknowledgement of that.
Perhaps our shared history sort of sets us on a similar wavelength.
Fighting wars does change people. It does open their perspectives. The lines of friend and foe gets blurred, mixed in with the blood that stains the fields of battle.
He just nods in agreement.
Meanwhile, behind them, Arve walks slowly with Thistle, and she's looking around, and then she looks at Thistle and she says, "Did you even know this existed here?"
Thistle just seems really disconnected from the moment at that moment. And she just looks up to Arve and then looks around and she says, "It's a big... This area is... It's a lot. Big place. I don't usually come out here. My home is a little ways from this spot. And she's like, she looks to the ground and then everything. This doesn't feel right. None of this feels right."
I understand, my friend. It's all built up with man-made things. It's not the fresh ground like we're used to at your home. But I think we're doing the right thing, staying with the group for now. I'm sorry you're not feeling it.
Thistle looks to Arve and she just says, "I'm staying with you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. Arve." And she just says that. She's like, "I'm only here for you."
Arve doesn't know what to say, so she just gives Thistle's hand another squeeze. And then goes,
Thistle returns the squeeze.
Oh,
goes like unusually quiet, almost a scary quiet.
okay, so you guys are led deeper into the quag, and eventually you come to a small island surrounded by obviously the swampland. And you all watch the figure, because you're all standing behind the figure, you watch his arm move, most likely to his chest, and you see his head slightly tilt. And for a moment, the ground starts to like rumble and shake. And then you see this like rock-like structure just rise from the moss and the ground, and it just dirt separates from it, and a entrance, like a caveway entrance, appears, and he just continues to walk forward.
He lets the rest of the group go first.
I'll gladly go in first. Get out of the swampness.
Arve will actually push Geller in front of her if she can, because the pathway seemed narrow. And he was in front of him and he wanted to do this first.
He just grunts and then goes on through.
Oh, for Geller. Assuming the rest of you are following.
Yep, Ryden falls.
Yeah. Arve will actually look to Bremia, who had been following behind them, and make sure that she stays close with them.
Brimia sees Arve looking at her, and she just nods and gestures for her to go ahead.
Okay. So as you guys enter this cave, cave entrance, it is like rock walls surrounding you and the ceiling. Underfoot, it's gravel. It's kind of like, it's still very much cave-like interior. But then it opens up into a larger chamber where you see there are about 30 or 40 individuals, and they're all wearing different types of wooden masks. You see some with bear masks, you see some with fox masks, and then you see others with kind of like a muskrat type of mask. And then you see at the kind of elevated above like this gathering, you see 2 empty seats, and then you see an individual who has like a bear mask on, but he's wearing the same attire as everyone else. He's not standing out other than where he sits. And as you all approach without obviously masks or the same attire, the crowd starts to like split as this fox individual continues to lead you forward. And then when he approaches this higher dais, he just goes, Stoneclaw, I have brought the Hearthvale 6 on their own accord to meet with you and hear what you have to say. He kind of steps aside to let you all kind of position yourselves the way you want to be positioned, and introduce yourselves if you wish or not. It's your choice, but he does step aside.
I'll step forward towards the council.
Ryden will step up beside him.
Geller follows.
Arve's gonna look to Thistle and gesture what she wanted to do first.
Thistle's just gonna kind of. She'll step forward a little bit, but she's not. She's very diminished right now.
Taller, well, she'll actually stand behind Thistle with her hands on her shoulders, trying to keep her comforted and grounded as much as possible.
And Brimia stands near Arve and Thistle, several feet away, but around the same depth.
This guy who's sitting up on this kind of like this raised dais, kind of more or less by himself, because the other seats, like I said, are kind of empty. He stands up and goes, "Well, welcome, Herthel 6. I'm sure you do not wish to be addressed as such. What names would you like me to address you as?"
Geller Baraliza, at your service. You can call me Geller.
I'm Raiden, and then he gives a curt little nod towards him.
Barilla kind of stare at him over his nose.
Arve will speak up. She'll just say, "You can call me Shroomy."
Thistle doesn't say anything.
Brimia stays quiet too.
He removes his mask and he goes, "Well, you all know me too. Or, well, perhaps indirectly." And he looks to you, Raiden. "But one of you knows me very well." And Raiden, you instantly recognize him as Kalen Dravoni, the youngest of the noble house you served. I'm sure this is a surprise to you, Raiden.
Kind of goes wide-eyed and goes, "Truly, that's you?"
Truly it is. I've seen what's happened to my house, and being the youngest, I feel it's my obligation to do what's right. I know my father is trying to do what he feels is right, but I think you and I know that there's more at play here than noble houses quarreling amongst the sisterhood and the problems that they're overlooking.
He kind of stunned in silence for a moment, and unsure how to proceed.
When you saw me at the archivist's place, I was actually talking with two elves. They brought news about, well, I think you've seen it before. Actually, I think you've had it within your possessions. An artifact. A second artifact, in fact. And, well, I grew very curious about what they were discussing. And, let's just say I have been a staunch ally of all of yours since, well, your imprisonment. And I'm glad to see all of you have made it here safe. I do apologize as well for keeping my silence up to this point, but people with my certain affinities are not looked upon favorably if it became known." And he looks to Geller as if knowing, or at least him perhaps understanding, and he looks to the rest of you and goes, "I'm sure you're not here, though, for me to catch up with Raiden. I'm sure you're here to know what we know, and then see if you can determine whether or not we speak the truth."
Please go on then.
Well, as you all know, the artifact unearthed beneath Valmir, within the forgotten catacombs below the city, is no mere relic. It's not simply meant to grant safe passage through ancient stone. It is a device, a key, one forged for the purpose of opening something far older than any kingdom that now draws breath. Before the first chronicles were inked, before mortal kings raised banners and named themselves rulers, this world belonged to beings of true divinity. Not the comforting gods whispered of in shrines and bedtime prayers, but entities born of flame and creation itself. It was they who shaped this world from fire and ash. And from their design came the first race, the Elendral. Those who walked this realm long before elves, dwarfs, or men inherited the soil. Their empire stretched across the northern reaches of the world, upon the continent many name now cursed. Yet curses are often only truths, remembered imperfectly. Their ruins still stand beneath ice, stone, and silence, and within them their secrets endure. The artifacts your company discovered is one of two keys required to unseal the vaults of the Elendrel. The second rests within the western lands, now in the possession of the elves. Do not mistake them for untouched guardians of wisdom. The corruption born from the northern knowledge has already begun to coil around them as well. Their scholars uncovered the second key within the brutal deserts of their lands. And since that hour, their armies have stirred, resources are being gathered, fleets prepared, and something ancient has awakened within their ambitions. The sisters are aware of this much. That is why the Lion General, my father, now seeks audience with them, to answer preparation with preparation. Valmir gathers its strength for an expedition northward, and they are not alone. Khazadrun, the dwarfs, he looks to you, Geller, stirs beneath the mountains, and the Drakahazul from the west sharpen their claws. Armies do not assemble unnoticed in this world. Whispers travel much farther, much faster than any ship ever could. Spies already carry words across every corner of each continent. The great powers of this age can feel it, though few yet understand what it is they sense. And so the Council of Mire turns to you, the Hearthvale Six. You are among the only souls we know who have stood before one of these artifacts, and the only ones that we know have lived to speak of it. We would ask of your aid in securing at least one of the keys upon this continent, and perhaps, if fate allows, the second as well. Do not think us blind to the weight of the requests that we're asking. We know the dangers. We know what hunts those who seek forbidden truths, and we know well that the odds of success are as thin as spider silk stretched across the grave. Yet, still I find myself needing to ask, will you help us?
Geller's going to take his glasses off and just pinch his nose.
In fact, we were in possession of such an artifact not too long ago. But it was lost to a silver sister by the name of Serena.
Ah, yes, Serena. She is one of the few sisters that I speak of. I don't know her personally, but there is a movement amongst the sisters that wish to keep the order as it was meant to be, not as it is becoming. There are, as I said, corruption in various places. The elves think that they are untouched by such corruption, and yet they're finding themselves also at this heat of change. And there are others, those I spoke to, that wish to prevent that change. There are allies here. And that Silver Sister you speak of, she may have the artifact, but perhaps she didn't bring it to Celestra. Perhaps her own vices, perhaps her own temperament may yet prevent that.
It remains to be seen. All I know is she desperately wanted the item and worked against us to achieve it. If we had the item now, we could have just skipped all this. And he looks at everyone else.
True. However, we don't work with this sister directly. She has her own motives, her own ambitions, well beyond us. But we do know that she is not the sort that is conspiring with those who I think other sisters would consider unsisterlike. You see, the sisterhood at its core is not a vicious machine. Sure, it still wants order. Sure, it seeks to demolish chaos. But what you've witnessed in the last 2 decades is not the sisterhood that this Silver Sister and others recognize. You would be wise to seek her out as soon as you can. Because if she has not returned to Celestra, then there's still hope that that artifact is still within our reach.
You're asking a lot of... He stops to let whoever was about to speak.
Arve just simply gives Thistle's shoulder a little squeeze at the mention of the Silver Sister to see if she's by any chance paying attention to this part.
Thistle's just kind of... She's looking up at the people speaking, but she just kind of looks like annoyed. Like she's got like a look of like something like annoyance as she's watching them speak. Like, yeah, that's what she's doing. She isn't saying anything. She's just looking at them like they're wasting her time.
I understand that this is a lot of information for you all to unpack. And I know that most of you do not know who I am. And I represent a noble house that could very well be conspiring with the machinations that are unfolding on these lands. But if we do not take a stand against what is transpiring, there may not be lands for us to celebrate upon in the future.
What do you need us to do here?
Well, I would ask you trust me, but I feel like that is a tall order. So, I'll leave the floor open for you all, if you have questions, to feel free to ask. And then if there is none, I'll provide what proof I can of the corruptions that we have witnessed. The easiest one would be this quag. Since we are here, it is easy enough to prove that.
Do you know the connection of the plague to the activities of the Silver Sisters?
I think the sisters are the scapegoat. The people that did what they did on Hearthvale were not of the sisterhood. I feel whoever is at play or whoever is planting these seeds wish for the sisters to take blame. But the sisters themselves would not purposefully corrupt the land. I have trouble thinking that an order, that treasure's order, would do something like that. This person, this individual, is trying to find something, and in doing so does not care what he does to our lands and how they scar our lands, but they're doing it. And we have a feeling what they're trying to do is unearth not just the artifacts, but perhaps something else that is associated with them.
What information do you have on the entity that is causing the plague here?
I wish it was an entity. I think that would be a lot easier to deal with if it was a singular entity. In Hearthvale, you had a seed of sorts. From I don't have a lot of information except from what our sources in Hearthvale said, and there was vines and some sort of extension coming from the heart of the forest. I think your accounts alone are the only accounts that we have regarding what lied at the center of that. But I will say we do not see the same sort of corruption here. The corruption here is more, well, hollowing.
Perhaps it's some sort of mutated strain.
Perhaps. It's whatever device they're using to do their search with is creating this imbalance, I suppose, with nature. And our sources with the druids to the west say that they are experiencing the same occurrences on their continent. Whoever is doing this is not working alone. And at the heart of all this are the two artifacts. These devices. The quag used to be a beautiful place, but now the flowers crumble and whittle. The trees are wilting. The land is turning gray. And even the ground is hardening in places that it should not harden. Frogs, insects, they're dying in droves. He claps his hand slightly on the bottom of his other palm, and they bring out, a curtained thing. It's like there's a curtain over this box or whatever is underneath, and they lift it open, and you see there's like fish and there's a bird all inside that are native to the quag, and the bird's got like feathers that are molting off of it, but there's no signs of like blood or anything. It's like their eyes are hollowed out. They look like if you touched them, they would just crumble to dust. And he goes, this is what we've been experiencing over here and doing our best to try to fight it. But there is no form of magic nor science that has been successful thus far.
From our experience, it would seem that the plague had trouble taking hold in locations already occupied by a separate colony of mycelium.
Interesting. I mean, we do have... There are sentient life over here, a small colony that's separated from the rest of the continent that look like, very much like your friend Arve. However, perhaps not as beautiful. He smiles, feeling that she might need the compliment, and he continues, he does, but they too have seen the effects of this hollowing. I think the same protections that protected Hearthvale aren't working the same way here on this continent.
I see.
He doesn't respond. He just looks to all of you, waiting to see if there's any further comment.
Well, the only other knowledge we have is it did seem as if the entity we destroyed was on the precipice of birthing something from itself. Perhaps that process had already been undertaken, causing the further hollowing of the land to take hold.
With your knowledge, that is something that I now fear, or at least find myself fearing. If only the High Archivist actually listened to you all, perhaps we could have avoided this.
At any rate, we do need to investigate where that plague has taken hold in order to see what we can do about it.
I understand that there is a denizen among you that is native to this part of the continent. And while we would urge you not to go into those lands, I fear, and he looks at Thistle, it's clear he can read your expression at least, that may not be possible. So, if you go with care. Do not tarry long, for what you see is what you will have. There is no central reason for this corruption. We have sent scouts numerously throughout it, and we keep coming back with the same results. The soil is dying, the plants are turning brittle, and the life that runs into this, nature that can't outrun this plague, they're disappearing. We're doing everything we can to hold it at bay, but our resources are not infinite. And as you can see, me being a nobleman, our membership is from various walks of life. We're doing all we can to preserve the quag. He looks to Thistle with almost a empathetic tone, but it's to no avail.
Speaking of nobleship, what does this mean for your house, your family, your father?
They don't know I am part of this organization, and I would respectfully ask that you all don't reveal this secret, as I am taking a great risk of myself to unmask my presence before you all, but I'm asking a great deal, and I can't ask a great deal from all of you without putting trust back into each of you. So as far as my father is concerned, Raiden, just know that he is doing what feels is right for the family. He is doing what is best to preserve the legacy he has set forth, and he is doing it in a way that he feels is as noble as he can. My father's not a bad man, but sometimes good men find themselves in bad paths, and my father is one of them. I'm sure if he had ill content, he would have taken you in already, Raiden, when you met with him the first time.
I do have another important question.
Yes.
What of the inhabitants of the corrupted land?
Well, there's not many who find the quag their home. Those who do find the beauty in it. They find the harmony in it. Those we've come across that are like our friend here, Thistle. We have provided them shelter, but they refuse. They will not leave their home. They will not leave their land, and I do not blame them. This is their home. Would I leave my home if I had another choice? Most likely not, but I have a larger view of the world, and this world, I find, is my home. But people of the Quag are special. They are a community unto themselves. Even though few and far between, they find comfort in themselves, and we respect that. So we're doing everything we can to at least protect them. We've lost a few doing such, but that's the calling we've taken. Someone has to defend the common folk.
Is there a list of casualties?
Just amongst our numbers, and I can't reveal their names. As you can see why many of us have positions where it would put more than just us at jeopardy.
we mentioned the fungrel. Have they been? You mentioned that some had succumbed to the hollowing, as you call it. What about the hole? Are they where they were, or have they been moved?
The fungal people are very resilient. They find a way to survive. We're not sure how they did it yet, but the corruption seems to have gone around where they have settled. We've tried to open communications with them, but to be honest, I don't dismiss their distrust with those who aren't them. I mean, we've done them wrong as a society. We have cast them aside like some plague, and if you were treated that way, which I'm sure you were, Miss Arve, well, you probably can understand their plight of not wanting to trust outsiders. So we aren't sure what they're doing, but whatever it is, they're managing to keep the blight, as we're calling it, away from their livelihoods.
I may have a small bit of insight on that.
Well, by all means.
When in Hearthvale, we did a simple test on myself. The part of me that was obviously fungal actually did not react to the blight over in Hearthvale. However, the elven part of me that touched it did. So we think it has to do with, I believe what you called it earlier, the mycelius network. Mycelium network. We also noticed there were areas where mushrooms grew. They were fine, they were healthy. And right immediately around them, everything was fine and healthy. So that may offer you a bit of insight as to what might aid in protecting people if we could figure out how to transport the mycelius network.
As I said to your dwarven friend, mushrooms are being affected over here on this continent. But the colony of fungal, we're not sure what they're doing differently than the natural mushrooms themselves. It's something that they're doing. I don't think it's something that's part of them. They know something that perhaps we don't. I mean, to be fair, they have been so separated from society that isn't specifically designed by them, but by society itself. I mean, they look at them and they see a plague unto itself. They see walking plague. So people stay away from them. They've been isolated from most of civilized society for hundreds of years. So whatever they're doing is working. But I appreciate the insight nonetheless.
Arve looks at Thistle. And then she looks at the council. She said, well, perhaps I can try to speak to them for you. But it will take quite a bit.
I'll go with you, Shroomy.
Are you sure, my friend? I would not want you to become cursed.
I don't I don't see it as a curse, Shroomy. I've never seen it as a curse.
And Kalen does speak up. As funny as it seems, in an inappropriate way, you cannot contract what the fungal are by simply touching them or being in their presence. That is a rumor spread by society, so your friend Thistle will be more than fine. It's a vicious rumor. nonetheless.
Hervé looks at the council member and she kind of clicks her tongue against her cheek for just a minute. She doesn't say anything further. Her mind becomes a whir, wondering, well, then how the heck did she end up, like, getting, after the curse or bumping into the Fungrel, how she started becoming Fungrel until meeting Thistle, who actually helped stop it.
Are you saying that to him?
She kind of mutters it, whether he hears it or not. Maybe I could roll for that.
Yeah, unless you want him to hear it. I don't have to roll for it.
Not necessarily want him to hear it.
Then you can roll finesse for me. Because that's how you kind of keep hitting. I will say with him, he does hear it. He's a very charismatic individual and good at hearing. He's young. And he goes, well, however you contracted it was most likely perceived as contact with them, but you probably contracted it through other means. Just like the sisters are being accused of these acts that you have all seen, the sisters aren't necessarily involved. Like I said, it doesn't make sense that the sisters would go against order, and these corruption sources does not fit their MO. I think you'll be fine. Just don't... Perhaps it's something you ate or drank, or perhaps maybe someone cursed you. Perhaps you did something that they found disrespectful and thus enacted this upon you. Who knows? But maybe they have answers for you. Answers that they can provide. Right? You have to remember, cultures all over the world see things differently. Maybe you stepped on something that you weren't aware of. There's multitude of reasons why you are the way you are. But if anyone knows how to remedy that for you, it would be them.
Then I will go speak with them for both our sakes. And Thistle, if you wish to come, just let's be extra cautious. It may look pretty, but wearing a mushroom cap on your head all the time is not a fun thing.
Thistle just gives a soft smile and just squeezes Arave's hand.
Kaelin does look finally to you, Thistle, and goes, is there anything that I can do for you while you do that may give you peace of mind with what's happening here in the Quag? Please name it, and we will do the best that we can to ease your thoughts.
Thistle just looks at the man, and she just says to him, "This is my home. This is where all my life is. My friends are. I just want my friends to be safe. And I'll do what I need to do to protect them. I don't know if you can help. Don't know." She looks to everybody. She looks to all of the little wooden mask people. I don't know if any of you can help. I don't know if you all would rather just sit in this chamber, in this cave, as I've been listening, and just chatter on all day while people I care about, things I care about, are being destroyed. I might be simple. I might not know as much as everybody else. But all I do know is this is my home and I care about my home. I don't want to be known as Heartvale 6 or any of this. I just want my home and my friends to be safe. And I don't need to waste my time or be told I need to follow people to this chamber to be talked to about the world. I know the world. The world is here. This is my world. This is my home. And I'm gonna go with my friend, and hopefully we can fix it. Hopefully my friends can be safe. Because I got nothing else. I don't have no fancy life. I don't have no anything. I just want my friends to be safe, and I'm tired of all the riddles and sisters and all of it. All they do is complicate things. All I want is my simple life back, and I'm gonna do what I can to make that be safe and back like it needs to be. And then she just looks to Arve and she says, that's all I want.
Okay. Kalen would jump off the dais, and he's small. He's actually shorter than Ryden, still taller than Geller, but he's about 5'5". He's not very tall, and he makes his way to you, Thistle, and he goes, "Well, I'm trying to speak as plain as I can, Miss Thistle, and I do apologize, and I understand home. I think we all have a home that we can all relate to your feelings on that. And it's not missed on me when you reference the world, what your world is. But you'll be happy to know that the people gathered here only gathered here momentarily. They're providing us reports of their doings, and then they're going back out into the world to try to find resolution to a lot of the problems we're facing. And on the other continent, we do have, or at least sent word to the druids of the West to at least send some representation over here to see if there's anything they can do to help us with this problem. We're doing everything we can, Miss Thistle. I know it might not seem like we're doing much right now, but unfortunately, cogs in a machine take quite a bit of oil to get moving. And when you're moving so many pieces at once, sometimes it's a slow process. But my heart goes with you and your friends, because even my home now is under siege by forces that are unseen. And that's why I'm here.
And Thistle just looks to him, and she had narrowed her eyes, but she just lets it soften, and she just shakes her head, and she just says, I don't mean nothing by it. I just really want to go home. And she looks to Arve, and she just says, we need to find the and she just tries to say like the mycenial, but she just messes up. She says, we gotta find the mushroom people. Yeah, gotta find the mushroom people and try to sort what they're doing, and we'll be real nice, and we'll bring them some pie if we need to. Whatever we need. Just need some help if they can help. I need to make sure that all the people can be safe.
Ray will nod, and she'll drop down on one knee and put an arm around Thistle and hug her tight. We'll do what we can, Thistle. We'll do what we can. Maybe that's why I was sent here.
You're sent here to be my bestest friend. And she just hugs her real tight.
A few things have been dropping into place when the mention of help from the West being sent to the East. A couple it sort of hit home that perhaps that was why, one of the reasons why the group that Arve had come over with had been sent ahead of time. A bunch of rangers to help with the druids, and perhaps to help with the spread of what was going on, because it was only 10 years ago.
Galen looks to the one member of your party that hasn't spoken, looks to Bremia. Goes, I am curious, is there any questions that you have that I can provide you any comfort?
Gil looks curiously towards Bremia as well.
Doesn't seem like anything you have to say is that comforting. So I don't know that you could say anything else that would help.
I do apologize. I would rather be honest and truthful with the dangers of this world than hide it from any of you. As your friend Thistle has pointed out, it sounds like you have all been through the ringer as far as people communicating with each of you. That is not my intent. I'm trying to provide what I can in this dark times. Our homes are under siege, and in order to protect our homes, we're all called to do greater things. Even if we're not ready to do that, we each have to decide whether or not we take that step to do what others may not, for the sake of protecting the homes that we call home, where our hearts are, where our families are, where our love is. That's why we're here. That's why we are operating here amongst society's common folk, is because we are the shield when no one else wishes to serve that role.
That's what they all say.
We've lost many for that cause, including friends of yours, Geller. Friends that sacrificed themselves when they were separated from you.
Do not. He looks very pained and just walks out.
But he doesn't say much more on that, because obviously he understands, but he simply says, before you leave, I understand the ask of you trusting strangers, but if anyone can testify my virtues, it's my friend Ryden here. He's protected me my whole life because I'm slightly different than the rest of my family. I view him as a brother in many ways, but I'm against my father here. I don't know if any of you understand how hard and difficult that is to be against a man you love, like I love my father. That is a hard task to do as a son, but I'm here nonetheless to try to do what's right. I'm not asking you to make the same sacrifice that I'm making. I'm just asking you to make that choice, whether or not you want to see a brighter future or just hide away like others. It's your choice. I'm not holding you to anything, and we're not going to force you to either. But you're the only ones that I can go to that know anything or have seen this artifact to even get, to help us.
Why do you want the artifact?
We don't want the artifact. We want it destroyed. No one should have that knowledge. Clearly, it's corrupting people who should not be corruptible, but whatever is beyond those vaults is not for us to have. None of us. And he looks to all of you. And when I say none
Kelly's
of us,
just been standing at the door with his back to him, about ready to leave himself.
no one should have that knowledge.
Does a sharp inhale. We shall see. Just walk out.
What are the rest of you doing?
Thistle's gonna leave.
Arby's right with Thistle. She looks back at Bremia, inviting her to join if she wishes.
Raiden will pause briefly and kind of look between Kalen and the members of the group that have left so far. He'll kind of take a couple steps towards Kalen to try and talk to him more privately.
Or else we'll take the hint and leave.
Aww.
Vermia approaches Raiden and Kalen, and something shimmers in front of her. It's close, so it's clearly an illusion, but it's a replica of the artifact. Because they keep saying they don't know what it looks like or they haven't seen it. So she just kind of creates this illusion. It's clearly an illusion, but it has the details of it, and said, that's what you're looking for. And then makes it disappear.
Kalen looks at that and gives you a nod and says, we appreciate that. We've only gotten physical reports from the elves that I spoke to, but nothing detailed as that. That will go a long way with us, Bremia. And actually, unfortunately, your friends left so abruptly, but we do have things that we wish to give you in return for at least you coming here. And we're hoping them not to persuade you to help us, but to at least show good faith that we hope you'll make the right choice to consider your home's safety by protecting not just this continent, but the interests of both. If you'll accept our gifts, I would be more than happy to provide them.
Yeah, show me the bribes.
Oh, you're out of here. Get out of here.
All he's wanted is gear, and finally mentions gear after he leaves the room.
I know.
Loot.
Vermia just looks at Raiden to have him make the decision because she doesn't know this guy.
He'll nod back kindly at Bremia. He's like a brother to me. We can trust him at least on this.
She closes her eyes and sighs and nods. It's fine. I mean, we can try, but I mean, this whole thing with Thistle's home, it's a big obstacle. It's a big ask. So we can try.
Well, if I'm going to be honest, he waves towards the other couple individuals out to the side to go grab the things. But while he's doing that, he's talked to you, Brem. He's like, my ask isn't to save the Quag. My ask is to get the artifacts away from those who would abuse them. If you decide to save the Quag, all the better. But that's not what we're asking. We're doing everything we can to fix that.
You misunderstand me. I know you're asking us to save the artifact, but what I'm saying is ignoring the Quag, ignoring Thistle's home and the trouble it's in. It's a big ask to do that.
Oh, I understand that notion all too well. I'm here. I am not in the comforts of Valmir with my family. I am here, knowing full well that my family could be well under siege diplomatically and from the outside because of the actions that my father feels he has to take. Just like your home. We don't know what's happening over in your side of the world. We don't have agents that far out quite yet. You'd think we would, considering we have agents in the Elven lands, but we don't. Applebrook has been a mystery to us for some time now. All our homes could be under siege. So we understand what's at stake here. And being here in the Quag is not going to be an easy tell for your friend Thistle when she can see visually what's transpiring. When she goes to the fungal community, she'll see firsthand what we've been talking about. She'll see that we're not lying. And in fact, you all will if that's your path. But perhaps you'll resolve it. Perhaps you'll find out what the fungals are doing to protect their small grove. And if so, maybe we can turn the tide on this. But that is a smaller part of a much bigger problem. And I do understand that's a hard thing to swallow when one's in their home seeing it burn.
Right. You did say it was dying. Kind of hard to ignore.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you. I'm saddened by it just as much as you are. Or at least Thistle, because I can look back on my home and wonder how I would feel. And I'm sure you can do the same.
Like I said, we'll do our best. But I don't think we can make promises today.
I understand. If you do decide to take up our plight, no need to come back here. We trust whatever path that you decide to follow. Hopefully will be the right path. But if not, it's not necessarily a walk in the wrong path either. You're just doing what your hearts desire you to do. Taking on a higher calling for others in a selfless manner like that doesn't make you selfish for not doing so. It's a harder path because you sacrifice much more than you get in return. So I understand. It is a tall order. It is a tall ask. And the weight of the gravity of what we're asking is not lost on me.
She just kind of nods and stares at him.
Raiden will then kind of look back to Kaylin and say, we need some more time. We've faced a lot of challenges recently, and our group is fractured. No one of us can make this decision on the entire group taking up this cause. They need time. And you'll kind of extend his hand out to Kaylin.
Yeah, he embraces it. He, you know how people do like the arm all the way to the elbow. He kind of does that.
Yeah, exactly that. Yep, exactly.
But he also says, Raiden, don't turn your friends into my father. Don't. If that was ever on your mind, the people my father's working with, and he's not aware of it, are not the sisters. They have, unfortunately, found their way into the sisterhood, masked by protocol, studied over who knows how long. Eventually they'll be discovered. The sisters are smart. They're cunning. They'll find out, but it may be too late. I'm glad you didn't turn them in when you should have. Otherwise, well, let's just say I would be missing you right now.
For better or for worse, that ship has sailed.
Good. I love my father, and I would die for him, but I can't follow a blind mule into a haze. I would just get lost myself. But anyways, you see the three masked individuals. They come over and they've got actually quite a few things. And he's like, I'm glad you did stay behind though with your friend Bremia, because I don't know if she can carry as much as we're going to be giving you.
Ryden will look to the person and I guess start taking things.
The first thing he gives you is improved full plate. I will, if you just want to jot this down and just type it in Discord for everybody, that's perfectly fine. Either you or Bremia can do that. And then I'll get the stats for you guys later. But the first thing he's giving you is improved full plate. It is very heavy. So when you take it, it's made of really good metal.
Okay.
And it has the Throne's Guard symbol on the front. And he's like, I may have stolen this from our storage back at home.
Yep.
Right, then,
I have an OOC question really quick.
yes.
Technically, we couldn't have left, could we?
You can. It didn't sink back into the ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I thought maybe the door had closed, so.
No.
Okay. All right.
Not a good way to get trust. Yeah. Wouldn't have been a good way to get trust, locking you guys in here.
No, true. But I just thought it was like their hideout, and it's like if we got caught in there, then we wouldn't have been able to leave, then we would have been able to help carry all this shit.
The next piece of armor you get is, you see Karen go, well, this next piece is crafted here in our little hovel. It's made of iron tree bark. It's a beautiful breastplate. So it's literally called iron tree breastplate. It'll serve one of your friends well. It's not very heavy either. It's actually kind of light.
Okay.
And then the last piece of armor, because you see there's actually weapons coming into view too. He's like, and this one is also crafted here. It's not a very, sturdy piece of armor, but it has properties that I think will serve your friends well. We have dubbed it the Rose Wild armor. It's beautiful. It's crafted. But it should do well. I saw what your friends were wearing, and I think a little bit of an upgrade for your journeys might be due.
Rosewild?
Rosewild, yeah.
Wild spelt with an I or Y?
I.
You Brit.
Oh, because I went with the I. Oh, he went with the Y.
Yep.
Just get the next set of items because I actually have things going on here.
Good thing you're here, Bermia. There's no chance I'm carrying all this by myself.
Let's see how much you can carry.
The next
Throw the armor.
item is a sheathed sword. It is in a black sheath. It has nice embroidering over it. And it's pretty much, it's a long sword, but it's an improved long sword. It's a two-handed weapon, agility based. The next one is, he actually has two of these. You see that he brings out quarterstaffs, but they are made of the willow tree bark and wood from this area, and they're adorned with kind of embellishments towards the head of the quarterstaff where the crystal resides. They're just improved quarterstaff, so you have two of those. And the next item is quite heavy.
Holy wow.
Yeah, there's a lot. They're arming you guys to the teeth right now. This next item, he goes, this one was a little hard to smuggle out of Valmir, but I did get it from one of the better blacksmiths in town. I think this might do well with your big friend. It's a halberd, but it's improved, so it's a lot stronger. And when he hands it to you, he doesn't know whether to hand it to you, Ryden, or Bremia, because he doesn't know whether or not one of your hands are getting full at this point.
I'm all full, so this is going to Burmia.
Oh my god, Bremia, this thing is like 2 times bigger than you.
Okay, I'm carrying a full plate set, a breastplate, rose wild armor, a sheath sword, 2 staffs. Yeah, this is going to Bremia. Okay.
Seeing
I'm
the new
fresh out of
weapon,
pocket.
Why don't you hand the quarterstaffs to Burmia?
that's
Which
what
is
she's
much
gonna reach
funnier
for.
right now.
Yes. She's gonna take those quarterstaffs from you. She can handle that.
Fresh out of goddamn pockets. All right.
He goes, you know what? Perhaps we can have someone help you outside since your friends were in a rush. Will that work?
Yeah, like a little manservant or something over here can help us out.
Manservant. We're all free men here. We have a motto here. We live free, we die free. So, but someone will help you.
Emaciated goblin comes out of the side door.
Yeah. Jeez. But he'll be like, we'll help you with the rest of the items. But he's at least showing you so you can at least write them down.
Yep, it's a halberd.
Yeah. And then he goes, I did notice one of your friends had a bow. We do have a longbow that we can provide you as well. It is actually my own personal longbow, but since I have to go back to Valmir to do my part in the whole charade of things, I think it would serve your friends better. So it's just, again, approved longbow. It's an upgraded longbow from what probably Arve had.
How do we spell Kaylin's name again?
Kaylin is, oh, I have to look it up too. You can spell it however you want. You're fine.
Hey, Lynn. Go for it.
I figured it was Caelin.
I think we used
I
the
went
K.
with
We used the K.
Kaylin.
Kaelen.
Yeah, we used the K. It's in the lore if you see the stuff on our Discord.
Alright.
And then he also pulls from his own belt. He reaches down to his belt and he asks for a sheath for it. And you see like this dagger, and he goes, and here's a dagger. I think this might go well with somebody too. It's just an improved dagger.
Okay.
And then he has one more weapon. You see them bring out another dagger, but this one has a bit of a shimmer to it. And he says, just be careful with the blade. Don't cut yourself with this one. You might find yourself starting to get a bit tired. He offers the devouring dagger to you.
I was half right about his name.
The K correct?
According to Cersei.
Okay.
Then he goes, okay, that's all the weapons and armors we could provide you, and then we have one unique item to give you. We understand that this might sound a bit creepy, but we certainly were keeping our eyes on you guys in Brindlebrook to make sure you were safe. And we know that you've taken on yourself some quests. Well, perhaps you don't need to take those quests on anymore, because I'm also offering you a little trinket to take along with you. He is going to, you see him unwrap carefully something within it, like a handkerchief. And you see that at the center of this handkerchief, there is a stone that it's colored like blood. And at the center of it, there's a faint glow coming from it. He tells you that you can attach this stone to a weapon, and by doing so, it will let you roll the maximum value on a damage die and then roll an additional damage die. So you'll roll your, whenever you attach to a weapon, you would roll your regular damage die and then you'd roll an additional damage die on top of it.
Sorry, say the description again for the roll.
Yep. So it's called brutal. That's this trait that you'll get from this bloodstone. And when you roll the maximum value of your damage die, you roll additional die. So say you have a 2d10 and you roll 20. That's your maximum damage on that die. You'd roll additional. So it's only when you roll your maximum damage on your dice would you roll the additional dice. So if it's a 1d8 and you roll an 8, you'd roll additional dice.
Yeah, you have to crit on your essential.
Yeah, you'd have to hit the max number on your damage dice. Yeah.
Okay.
But that can be pretty brutal if you do that. That's like, geez. It's like, that's all I can offer you, my friend. I hope it serves you well. Just looking at your party, it looks like you certainly needed an upgrade.
Thank you. I mean, this will help a lot.
Whether you decide to walk our path or not, you've been through enough. And in my book, you all are heroes. You've done things that others would have run from. Hearthvale's a good example. And the fact that you were welcomed the way you were in Valmir saddens me a great deal. And the fact that my father is playing part in your seizure saddens me even more. So just consider this a gift, whether you follow us or not, in our ventures to saving, well, this world.
We appreciate the help.
I will miss you there, Raiden. You'll be in my prayers. And I will tell Mother you're doing well when I see her next. But I'll leave it vague on where I saw you, if you catch my drift.
I agree, that would be for the best.
Indeed. But I think your friends might be waiting outside. So my friend here, he points to an individual wearing another fox mask. He'll go with you and hand off the rest of the supplies to your friends, and then you all can distribute them the way you feel fit. And I wish you the safe and rewarding journeys ahead, whatever path they may lead.
Mia nods, kind of struggling under the things she's carrying.
Yeah. Waddle my way out.
Yeah, and this other guy's probably just carrying like the bloodstone and lights.
Accidentally stabs himself with the dagger and collapses.
Yeah, he's carrying all the light stuff. But he'll start heading out, the guy that's helping you.
Yeah, so with all the goods, we'll head out to the rest of the group.
Well, the rest of you guys watch as Bremia and Raiden look like they can't look past the pile that's in front of them, and then there's this other individual with a few more things in his hand, and he offers them for one of you to take.
Geller's been on the ground, sort of taking stock of his supplies.
Once you're
Okay,
all
bring up-
outside, the cave lowers, by the way, closes once the guy's back inside. But go ahead, sorry.
Once the pile of loot has gone into the center, we'll go out of character. And I've got 2 pieces already, so y'all pick.
I kind of feel like we need the stats out of character before we make
Yeah.
any decisions.
I know what would be good for me as a character.
Why don't we do one item at a time, and then I'll tell you the stats, and then you guys can figure out who it goes to. Just let me know which item you're presenting first.
We'll go in the order. So I think it's just easier to go down the list. So it'll be the improved full plate, then the Iron Tree breastplate, Rose Wild armor.
Okay, so the improved full plate armor, its thresholds are 13 and 28. It does offer a base score of 5, and it is considered very heavy, so it'll have a -2 to evasion and a -1 to agility. So we'll start with that, the improved full plate.
I do not want it.
I do not want it because I'm primarily agility based.
Yeah, I think everybody except for probably Vrelis would pass on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, improved full plate I get.
Just make sure you guys mark who's getting what, so that way, yeah. What was the next piece you're presenting, Ryden?
The Iron Tree breastplate.
Okay, the Iron Tree breastplate, its thresholds are 9 and 20. It does have a base score of 4, and it has a trait called Reinforced. When you mark your last armor slot, so your very last armor slot, you increase your damage threshold by 2 until you clear at least 1 armor slot. So when you go to repair your armor, it would clear it
Oh.
Thresholds increased to, sorry?
by 2. So your minimum threshold be increased by 2, and your maximum threshold be increased by 2.
I'm looking to want either the Rose Wild or the Iron Tree armor, depending on what people want.
Alright, so let's move on to the Rose Wild then, so that we can at least have the 2 to compare.
Okay, the Rose Wild armor has a minimum threshold of 11, a maximum threshold of 23. It has a base of 5, and its trait is Hopeful. When you would spend a hope, you can mark an armor slot instead. So, say in that example where Geller ran out of hope, if he wore the Rose Wild armor, he could have spent an armor slot to replenish his hope.
Yeah, that's the main one that I want.
Okay, so anybody else want that one?
Does anybody thrash around hope a lot?
I don't think I would use that. I have more hope than armor slots usually.
Yeah, I don't. Arave can't wear anything but leather right now, anyways. So
I guess I'll just pass.
Well, if you're using hope for everything, that's
No,
perfect.
I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I'm just gonna pass.
Alright, Geller it is.
So now you have the Iron Tree breastplate now. That one could be really good if you use armor a lot, or you're in a frontline fighter. Like that might be a good one for someone.
Yeah, I don't think Brimio would be right for it.
We can wait on that one.
All right, so you could just mark that as no one's taked it yet. So.
Yep.
What's the next item?
Sheathed longsword.
All right. So the
Leaning
improved
towards this one.
Yeah, the improved longsword is an agility-based weapon. It is melee ranged. It does do D10 plus 6 physical damage, and it is a two-handed sword. There's no physical traits to it at all.
I'll pass.
Same.
Yeah, I feel like the only person who uses the sword is Raps.
Yeah. It would be an improvement on the dice roll because I'm currently a D2D8 plus 3, but I also have plus 5 agi.
And making it go two-handed doesn't do anything to the agility or anything, right?
Nope, it's just an agility weapon that's two-handed.
Raps is the winner.
Alrighty.
All right, next.
The quarterstaffs.
Okay, so the improved quarterstaffs are instinct weapons. They are melee weapons. They do D10 plus 6 physical damage, and they are two-handed.
I don't really need it, so I would pass. But if nobody else is gonna take one, I'll take one.
So what are those dice again? 2d10?
It's a D10 plus 6.
Can
Oh,
we swap
for your
those
sword
to
or the
something else?
quarterstaff?
Quarterstaffs.
Oh, okay, yeah, they're D6s. D10.
Yeah,
Like-
I can take one. I can take one.
Would it be better if it was a ranged attack?
I need something that uses instinct.
Yeah.
I mean, I can also use instinct. It's unlikely I'll be in melee range. I think Thistle is definitely more melee than I am.
Yeah, she currently has a short staff that's close range, so this is as close as she's got to what she has. So
Then I will say the other quarterstaff magically turns into an improved short staff. It is also an instinct weapon, close range, D8 plus 4 magical damage. It's one-handed too.
oh, that's so. I'm confused. What's changing?
If you want the magic, I'll give you an option. You can have the short staff or the quarterstaff. They'll be converted over.
I mean, is it going to be short staff that's close range?
It is close range, yeah. It's not melee, it's close range.
Then she would take that because that's just an improvement of what she's got currently. So
Okay. And you want that too, Brimia?
So that's D8 plus. Wait, where is it? D8 plus 4.
Magical
Close.
damage. Yeah.
So change them both to short staffs.
Yeah, we'll change it to
Yeah.
improved short staff.
I guess so. It's a little. I have far range now, so it's a good option though.
Perfect.
D10 plus 6, correct?
That one's D8 plus 4 magical, but it's slightly ranged, so.
Okay. Halberds next.
I'm assuming that's me.
It is strength. It is a very close weapon. It's a D10 plus 5, two-handed. It does have a trait called cumbersome. It's a -1 to finesse.
Yeah, I think if I went add it to my character and swap it on and off, it automatically does it.
Yeah, as long as it's on your character and you equip it, it's -1 to finesse. These things will automatically go to your sheet once you add these items, so you don't have to worry about like all the nuances, but
You have to equip it though.
yeah.
Longbow, improved. Personal bow of the young Kaelin Dravone.
Yep, this one has very far range. It's a D8 plus 6, two-handed. It too is considered cumbersome, the -1 to finesse.
-1 to finesse.
Yeah, it's a two-handed weapon, so most two-handed weapons have finesse minus.
Sorry, what's the die for it?
A D8 plus 6.
Okay, so it's very far range. D8 plus 6. -1 finesse.
Yeah, you don't have to worry
What
about,
else?
like I said, once you add it to your sheet, you don't have to worry about little stuff. Just know that you have the improved longbow.
Okay.
I'll make it simpler for you.
Alright.
Thank you.
Alright. Next up is personal dagger of Kalen, the non-make sleepy one.
The improved dagger.
Correct.
Okay, the improved dagger is a finesse weapon. It's melee. It's a D8 plus 4 physical, and it's one-handed. So if you find yourself stuck in melee, that might be good to have like a backup for any character.
Anybody want it, or are we putting it in the camp kitty for now, along with the breastplate?
I wanted one of the daggers, but I don't care which one.
I'm angling for the devouring one.
If
So do we
nobody
wanna do
else
that, then?
wants the other one, I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay, what was it
They-
called?
It's just an improved dagger.
Okay.
Okay, next up is the devouring dagger.
Yep, that is also a finesse weapon. It is melee range. It's a D8 plus 4 magic damage, one-handed, and its trait is scary. On a successful attack, the target must make mark of stress.
No, if you use it in PvP against me, I'm definitely gonna hit you with the halberd.
If everybody's cool with that, I'll take it.
That sounds good.
And for the stone,
Yep, now the
Run.
enhancement stone, the brutal stone.
there's two ways of looking at this. Who's gonna be rolling the most die? Because that's gonna cause the possibility of getting the max. Or who's gonna hit the hardest when brutal does hit.
Does anybody get like a greater chance of critting?
Don't think it's in this version.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I'm almost entirely melee with my sword. And agi based. So, realistically, if it's going to go to one of the melees, it'll either be me or you.
Pretty much.
Or Thistle. Thistle's melee too.
Oh, yes. Melee with her staff and her I always forget because she's magical as well.
Gonna pass.
You don't want the bloodstone?
No, I'll take the iron tree breastplate armor.
Okay. And we'll mark that. Yeah. Let's just roll for it.
Sure.
Easier than. Do a D100.
Roll off, roll off.
Can you beat half?
Nope.
You cannot. Alright, I believe we're gonna put it. Everybody good on put it on the improved halberd. We want to put it on the war scythe.
I mean, it's yours.
Indeed.
Is the scythe better?
No, the war scythe is 2d8 plus 5. Then it gets plus 1 to attack. So it's they're the same ish. 2d10. If I hit another 10, I think that's gonna be the way to do it.
Probably.
Yeah, I'll put the stone on the improved halberd. Unless I can move it from whatever I'm currently using to whatever I'm currently using.
Well, I think if you're in the middle of combat, though, that will take a whole action to do, though.
Alright. Let's slap it on the halberd for currently.
I think
Is there a way you can put brutal on it?
When you add the items to your thing, you'll just have to play with that a little. Because maybe when you add it to your sheet, there's hopefully a drop-down menu where it can let you put on a weapon. Hopefully, that'd be cool. I think that's asking a lot, though, but hopefully.
Rhapsody, is that longsword better for you?
I don't know.
What's your current?
Just a one-handed broadsword.
That's probably better for you.
Yeah, 26.
I don't know if the lack of agility is gonna harm me though.
Huh? You don't get a penalty on that one. Sword.
So that I'll keep my +5 to agility.
Yeah, it has no negative features to it.
I guess technically it should be better then.
It's just made for agility users, basically. But anything you don't use too, you can sell. Remember that. You can sell these things too if you decide not to use them.
So it's just an improved longsword is the name of it?
Yep, improved longsword.
You'd probably have to add it for me.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Yeah.
If you post that list, I'll do that.
I put it in the Daggerheart chat for now. If you want me to move it somewhere else, I can.
No, that works great. I think that's all of your stuff, but you guys also level tonight because we're finishing the Brindlebrook arc tonight.
Let's go.
So you guys do
All
level
right.
up. Congratulations!
Hooray!
Yay!
Geller leaves the party. Yeah.
Hooray!
Don't leave the party.
Wait, so what level are we now?
4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question mark.
I know. Can you make sure my stuff is right? My character.
That all sounded like a question.
Definitely 4.
Yeah, you don't want to enter that next tier yet, do you?
I don't even remember how to change all this on my character sheet.
You do it on the website.
Yeah.
In David Plain.
Which I'll do your leveling up with you right in stream since I know we have to use. Yeah. You were able to update it last time.
For leveling, I think.
Yeah, we'll see if you can. If not, just let me know and we'll work on that.
I tried to add the weapon just now on the character sheet, but it's like tells me to unlock it, and then it tells me to pay like $34, and I'm like, that's not a thing.
Okay, I'll help you edit it. Yeah, you're fine. I got you.
That's not something that's about to go down.
No. All right. Well, awesome. I don't know if there's anything you guys want to discuss in character though before this wraps up. You do still have like 7 minutes, so I'd give that time back to you guys.
I don't know if we have the time to do it, but I think the whole group powwow should happen before we take our next steps to make sure we're all good with each other.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little worried.
But I don't know if 7 minutes is enough for that powwow.
I don't know. I don't think so either, but you know.
Geller's just sort of angrily sort of getting all his stuff together, and it's kind of seeming like he's distant from everyone.
Arave's looking over the new bow, seeing if she likes it better than her old one. She's staying close to Thistle, though, because she knows that Thistle's still really down, and she doesn't quite know what to do about it. And she's down as well because it's been her home for 10 years in the quag. Oh, and if I can, I want to do a shout out to Rando. I don't know the name he's using, but he's been watching on YouTube. He's an old tour friend of ours.
Cool.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I just got told in Discord.
Who?
He goes by Rando in Discord. I don't know what his name on YouTube is.
Oh.
And you were Discord friends before, or is this a recent friend?
Oh, no. He was my master on tour once
Oh no,
upon
I'm
a
just making
time.
sure because there's been people getting hacked lately from random friend invites. I just want to make sure it wasn't something recent.
Yeah, no.
Get a Mr. Beast DM from you about stuff and be like,
I'll throw this real quick since we got 5 minutes. Thistle and Bremia, is there anything you guys would be kind of doing before we get into that scene next session?
I don't think Brimia's talking to anyone. She's kind of just simmering. She's angry, and this is all kind of clear if you were watching. She's really angry, but she's also really worried or concerned and sad, and she really doesn't feel like talking, so she's kind of moved a little bit away from the group.
Yeah, I think Thistle is she's just kind of, I mean, all the things came, like all the items, and I think kind of she was just like, it didn't matter to her. I know that stuff mattered, and she's kind of just eager to leave. Yeah, she has no interest in whatever's going on currently. She just wants to leave and get help for her home.
Kayla's gonna walk up to Bermia and just put a hand on her shoulder and says, "You've done very well with your magic, and I'm very proud of you. And we shall meet again. I am leaving."
God damn it.
She just kind of looks up at him and says, "Really? That's your plan? Just leave?"
I am going to help them here by going to go deal with that Silver Sister. She has the artifact, and we need it.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be the case, but you really want to go on your own?
Well, you all seemed rather intent on dealing with Thistle's predicament. I have no connection to this. Thus, I will do what is needed to be done.
Mm-hmm. You always do know what's best, right?
Nobody does. That's the
You seem
problem.
to think to. I mean, you seem to make all the decisions, not consulting anyone else, just, deciding to throw things away or throw people away. That's your decision, though. I mean, maybe that's just the way it's supposed to be. You did tell me not to trust anyone.
I'm not throwing you away if that's what it feels like to you.
You certainly didn't seem to be thinking about the bigger picture, the people. You tried to throw us all into that.
I seem to be the only one thinking about the bigger picture here.
Are you, though? Because there's better ways to go about this,
There's the one way that you walk away with absolutely nothing you picked up in this little quest of ours.
Stay out of it.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest then?
I think if you want things to succeed, you work together.
I'm perfectly fine with working together when Our priorities are aligned. When our
Well,
priorities...
if you want to align priorities, you have to sit down and talk to people. You can't just say, this is what we're all doing, or else I'm leaving, because that's not a way to get people on your side. You can't just say, I'm going to just take this and run and not clue anyone in ahead of time. I mean, if you sat down and talked to people and developed a plan, maybe we could come up with a better decision.
I came up with a plan.
You came up with your
None
own
of you
plan.
followed it.
You didn't share your plan. You just kind of implemented it, and you didn't ask us, and you didn't explain it, and you certainly didn't.
I did
yourself.
explain it.
You did not.
The plan went awry.
You just, you think you know what is best for everyone, and you don't.
Are you talking about when I had to improvise on dealing with the Silver Sister and getting the artifact? Because we had a plan before that we all agreed upon, and then suddenly the plan went out the window when the Silver Sister showed up, as well as when Arve chose to go her own way and trust this Crimson Sister.
And yeah, we were already down that road, and there was no plan implemented outside that cave. It was, let's keep the artifact, and Thistle saying, we're going to keep the artifact. And I gave the artifact to Thistle, but it wasn't even Thistle. How was I supposed to know it wasn't Thistle? Did you know it wasn't Thistle?
No, but if we were a united front, we would
but
have...
we weren't a united front because there was no Thistle anymore. And Arve has no idea what the plan is because she wasn't even with us. And I don't know what Varellis was doing. He was just throwing things in the woods. What plan was there? Walk in and get out. That was the plan. Walk in and everyone makes it out alive. That was the plan.
The plan was that together, we would have Arve go in there, free herself of the oath, then we would use the artifact to get her out, and then negotiate with the Crimson Sister on a united front because we have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, that kind of fell out the window, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Look, we ended up all 6 of us for some reason together, and I think whatever needs to be done is going to take us all. But what do I know?
Apparently, none of us know anything.
Apparently not.
Maybe we should all take the night. Everybody's on edge, rightfully so, from everything that's happened. Let's just take the night, see where we all stand come morning.
Thistle looks to Arve, and she just looks at her and she's like, what happened in that cave?
Trauma.
A lot of stuff, Thistle, that in a way, be glad you weren't there. I'll fill you in later when we're not around everybody else. Maybe on our trip to the Fungwar community.
Fine. Geller puts his pack down. Gets into a resting position.
Fine.
All right.
It turns around and pointedly ignores everybody.
This is like the most relaxed Raiden has been now because he now knows he's not like torn by this moral decision because his surrogate brother is kind of in the same spot. So this is actually supposed to be the most relieved he's been, but not anymore.
That's great. So, are you all in agreement you're taking a long rest?
Are we in agreement? No.
Can we agree on anything?
No.
I think we pick next time on.
Yeah.
As this world turns.
Yeah, this is. I mean, no, like this definitely needs to get worked out. So yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, that was an awesome scene to end the stream on.
A lot of yelling by Bremia this episode.
Not just this
Color.
Straight up frickin' mom energy this week.
Or Thistle's over like, guys, my whole home was like dying and you're yelling? Like, what the heck?
I mean, Thistle's over here just trying not to cry the entire time.
Yeah, our
Oh,
home's about to die. Bremia's gonna fucking turn this whole caravan around on all of us.
We're all emotional wrecks at this point.
I'm Rodden's doing great. It's the best he's felt in weeks.
Me too. I'm also gonna steal a bunch of shit from a dwarf soon, so
you
that makes me feel
you
even
caught
better.
a stray for going out in the woods and throwing shit.
No, I got a stray because I told him to leave his shit.
She's like,
Both threatening me to
Morales'
take
plan
my
is to
shit.
just run around in the woods
Yep.
throwing things.
That was the description of the beginning of that, yes.
Yes, that was
So
part of the plan.
unnecessary.
well, I will say, just decide. You don't have to decide now, but for next stream, you'll have to decide who was doing what watches if you do a long rest, because you're kind of camping out in the open, so you don't really have like walls to protect you.
Yeah, the Hall of Doom slipped down it back into the quagmire.
Yeah, that might have been a good thing. Like, hey, can we rest here for the night?
I built a dwarven hut.
Oh God. And it,
So if we're doing like a watch, that'll be one of our actions during the downtime.
yeah, it would be whoever decides. It would be your prep, I guess, for that evening. So you won't get the hope from the prep. Instead of doing the plan thing, I don't want you to waste that. Yeah, it would be your prep for that. If you do that, you just don't get the hope from it. So that way you can still repair your armor, you could still recover HP if you need to, or stress, or if you don't need any of that, you can work on a project, or you could do another prep action, so you could still get the hope too. So you could do a double prep.
Okay, yeah, I know what I'll do.
All right, well, I think that was a good way to end the session. I love the intensity. That was a great RP scene there, and I can't wait to see how we enter that intensity next session. So that will be fun.
PvP continues.
Oh,
Yep.
gosh. Awesome. Well, then I hope everyone has a great night. Thanks for watching if you're watching us. And we'll be hosting Daggerheart in 2 weekends from now. So thanks again.